Is assembled. Okay, so good morning. I'd like to welcome you all to the special meeting of the Board of Directors for Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space. So I'm Yoriko Kishimoto, President of the Board, and I am calling this meeting to order. It is 9:31. This meeting is being held in person at the district offices and by telecommunication pursuant to Government Code Section 54953E. So members of the public are welcome to attend and participate in the meeting in person or via Zoom. And instructions for submitting public comments are available on the meeting agenda. So clerk, could you please call roll?
Director Gleason.
Here.
Director Ripple.
Here.
Director Christine Tucker. Here. President Kishimoto.
Here.
Director Holman.
Here.
Director McNiven. Director Sear.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Well, before I call for adoption of the agenda, I just did want to take 1 minute to acknowledge the tragedy that took place in Rancho San Antonio over the weekend, and just share our sympathies, our deepest sympathies with the family, and thank our staff and the first responders who helped with the situation. So thank you. Very, very sad. Okay, let's see, let's begin with the adoption of agenda.
I'll move adoption.
Oh. Okay, we have a motion and second. And may I have roll call? Oh, do we have to do roll call?
Do we still do roll call? We no longer.
We
have
don't.
it.
We have to do roll call each time. Okay.
Director Gleason.
Yes.
Director Christine Tucker.
Yes.
Director Riffle.
Yes.
President Kishimoto.
Yes.
Director Holman.
Yes.
Director McNiven.
Yes.
Director Sear.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. And we have just one main item on the agenda today, which is an early review of the fiscal year 23-24. It's a 3-year CIAP, the Capital Improvement and Action Plan. I know that our general manager will explain this as part of what I think is probably the Peninsula's or the Bay Area's best budget process that really brings these items early to the board in time for real discussion. So I really thank our staff for getting it ready in time for this early review, and to our board for being involved with it. So I'll hand it off to our general manager.
All right. Good morning. This is Ana Ruiz, General Manager. So today we have the second part of a 2-part retreat. The first part was back in December, when we bring to the board an environmental scan of all the challenges and opportunities and emerging issues that are before the district. So you can understand those as you're thinking about the upcoming fiscal year and into the future, really. And with that information, the board then considers any adjustments, any updates to the annual strategic plan goals and objectives, which the board did and adopted in December. We use those goals and objectives to then identify potential priority actions or projects for the board to consider as part of the upcoming fiscal year work plan. And so we have assembled those with the board's direction given in December, and we have prepared those for your consideration today. We have a presentation that our staff will provide, and we have assembled the priority projects in many different ways, diced them in all different ways for you to analyze them and determine whether those are the priority projects that the board should pursue in the upcoming fiscal year, and then also as part of the 3-year capital improvement and action plan. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to our CFO and Administrative Services Director, Stefan Jaskulak, to start the presentation.
Not quite.
It is showing online, but it's not showing in these screens.
There we go. Good morning, Stefan Jaskulak, CFO. Welcome to the second board retreat for the budget cycle. Today's general manager's recommendation is for the board to review and affirm or amend the proposed fiscal year 2023-24, also known as FY24, through fiscal year 2025-26, FY26, capital improvement and action plan. So it's the 3-year capital improvement and action plan. And then if amended, direct the general manager to reevaluate staff and resource capacity, and if needed, return to the full board with any additional recommendations for further discussion and direction. The program for today, first I'll walk you through the budget planning process and overview. Then I'll quickly review the results of retreat number 1 back in December. Then I'll hand it over to the assistant general managers, Susanna Chan and Brian Malone, to discuss the 3-year capital improvement and action plan with you. And then we'll have a lunch break in the middle. And hopefully we can wrap it up around 2 o'clock in the afternoon with some next steps and closing remarks. This is, do we do public comment at this point, or Madam Clerk? No? This is the information for public comments. You'll see that coming through various portions in the presentation where there are opportunities for public comment. So as far as the budget process goes, it is a very robust budget process. I've been involved in various other ones in other jurisdictions, and it's typically very short, fast, and furious, where you get a binder this thick plopped on the dais and ask for a thumbs up, a thumbs down, and that's it. We do it very differently here at the district. It starts in December with the first retreat, which is the strategic planning retreat. And as you know, I'm going to make sure I don't kick the wrong cable down here. As you know, that's where the strategic goals and objectives are updated. They're fine-tuned, and that lays the groundwork for staff then to proceed in January after the holiday break. We start looking at which projects are in the natural lineup in the progression of other projects that we've already done, which build upon each other, which ones are progressing through the years, etc. To come up with a list, and then to see, okay, we have the list of projects, we have resources. Everybody has 2,000 hours approximately per year, but then you deduct vacation, sick time, regular job duties like meetings or core functions, if you will, and we have a certain amount of hours left over per staff member, and it varies per staff member for projects. Then those two lists are compared with each other. Projects take this much time from these people, from these departments. Do we have the capacity? We fine-tune that to make sure that what we're proposing to you right now today actually fits within our capacity. Because it wouldn't make any sense for us to propose a lot of projects that we just cannot do. So that's the list you see before you today. It matches with our available resources. So that's retreat number 2. Then after today, we start preparing detailed budget in earnest. There is a slide coming up that has a high level back check to make sure that it also fits financially. But then in March and April, we go and really put the pencil to the paper and develop the budget in detail, review it at various levels with department managers, AGM level, and general manager. And then to come back before ABC, Action Plan and Budget Committee, in April, May, and that takes typically 2 meetings, 2 afternoons, to go through the entire budget book, because by then it is about this thick. Well, this thick. And we walk through all the different programs and the projects and answer all the questions and provide additional information. Then at the end of May, we come before the full board with our budget, and that is the public hearing. And then we come back typically the first meeting of June for review, final review, and your approval, hopefully. And in between those 2 board meetings, there is a potential for a third ABC meeting in case in May the board provides direction like, well, we would like these changes. How would that fit in? We can go back with ABC, discuss it, fine tune it, and then have a final for you in June. And then we take a summer break, and in September, our budget team starts all over again. But that's basically, and that's also why it's a full circle. That is our budget cycle. It's a very robust cycle. We like to get you involved as a board early, get your feedback early so we can incorporate it and provide the best possible action plan and budget that we can deliver. So let me show you a few of the high level numbers, and keep in mind that these are very preliminary. We still need to fine tune quite a bit of that. But like I said, I want to back check to make sure that those projects that we do propose and the expenses that we do propose fit within our means. So by this time, we've looked at both our staffing capacity and our financial capacity to make sure that this list fits. The estimated revenues, you see the 5 funds, you see general fund, Fund 10, Hawthorne's, it's a small fund, but that's the endowment for the Hawthorne's property. We also break out Measure AA Capital, that's Fund 30. We break out general fund capital, Fund 40, and then we put debt service, which is also a significant amount, in Fund 50. And that gives you a total. So we're fairly straightforward with 5 funds. General fund, the revenues are almost 72 million projected at the moment. Other funding sources, so that includes general fund capital, the 8.5 million there, the debt service of general fund, and then other ins and outs for reserves. That's about almost 24 million. So that leaves us with 48 million. Anticipated expenditures almost 47. We show a net plus at the moment. In our expenses, we do include inflationary factors. We do include, inflationary factors, both for staffing and expenses. What we have not included yet is new staff. There will be a proposal for new staff that'll become before ABC and the board, but that's not included in this amount just yet. So you see within the general fund, it fits. Hawthorne's, that's simple, straightforward. Measure AA, we have estimated revenues of almost 4.7 million. That's grant funds in there. 8.5 million of draw on the bond proceeds themselves. For a total available of about 13.1, 13.2, which matches the proposed expenditures, which is basically a zero-sum game in that respect. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Stefan, just for people that might be tuning in that haven't seen this before, could you comment on how we handle potential land acquisitions?
I'm glad you asked me that. I was
Oh, great.
I was going to get to that, and it's a very good question because we do that a little bit differently. unless a land acquisition is known, approved, and we know the closing date, and it's a simple, straightforward acquisition. So if it fits all of those categories, it's in there. For example, the Eberhard acquisition is included in the budget. But if the closing date is not certain and or the board has not completely approved it yet, we don't include it. But what we do is, as part of the board approval, there is a resolution that then amends the budget and increases the appropriation of the funds for that acquisition. So most land acquisitions, basically all except one, are not included in here at this point, due to just not knowing the parameters and yeah. And of course, for just to one more thought on land acquisition, if it's measured AA, it's very simple. We draw down more bond funds, right? So it doesn't require any shuffling of general fund money, which Fund 40, general fund capital acquisition, we would see how we fit that in or take it out of reserves or other expenses where we move things around. So, but thank you for the question. General fund capital is fully funded by Fund 10, the general fund. And then Fund 50 is combined. There's two types of debt service that we have. We have the old bonds, which are general fund bonds. And then we have the new bonds, the GO bonds, which are measured AA bonds. The old bonds are funded out of the general fund. Then you see that in there, the other funding, the 8.8 million, that is the general fund bonds, the debt service for that. Whereas the estimated revenues of 5.7 million, that is the special levy that we're having to cover the measured AA debt service. So there's two types of debt service in there. So our total estimated revenues are about 82.3, 82.4 million, and our total estimated expenditures at the moment are about 82.6 million. And again, this is very high level, rough numbers. The numbers you'll see before you in April, May, June will be different, but probably not significantly different, but at least, more fine-tuned.
Again, just keep kind of trying to keep this at a higher level. I think there could also be a question of saying, why are we leaving 1.5 million on the table? Why aren't we going to a closer number, revenue versus expenditures?
That's a good question. We're not there yet. This is, like I said, this is a rough number, and new staff is not included in here yet, so that'll come out of the 1.1. The 399 on the right, that is a rounding error, not an error. That's a rounding issue, if you will, because when we levy debt service for general fund, for the GO bonds, right? We estimate, first of all, we estimate the amount that we're going to collect. We need X amount of money. We have estimated assessed value. We divide it out. We say, okay, this is the amount that we need to collect on the property tax. It'll vary a little bit. So there's always a little bit left over. Plus, we can only go so many numbers behind the comma as far as the tax system goes. So that rolls forward to next year's available funds for measured AA debt service. It doesn't go anywhere. It stays in that pot, if you will, and it's added to next year when we redo the calculation and come up with a new levy, which is done every July.
Let's see. So this is it's a really great summary table. The only number that I always kind of get confused about is the other funding sources under the general fund, the minus 23.9 million. Can you explain where that kind of matches out the rest of the table?
Right. So there is the 8.6 million general fund is in there. It's a fund transfer, if you will.
Yeah.
There is 8.8 general fund debt service that's in there. There's also a component in there for unassigned fund balance. And board policy for unassigned fund balance is 30% of property tax revenue. We will be proposing to ABC and to the board to make that 30% of total general fund revenue. Reason for that is that previously the rental revenue was fairly small, but it's growing, especially also with this building leased out, that part is growing. So we want to grow the unassigned fund balance to have a bigger cushion. Keep the percentage the same, just make and I didn't take long division in the US. I don't know the number. Basically, the number that you divide it into bigger so that the unassigned fund balance cushion grows as well commensurately. So that's also in there. So those are the main components in that other funding sources.
Any other questions?
The record, Lisa, and your question?
Is that the end of your presentation? Or
No. Well, I mean, it is on the numbers, on the dollars,
I mean, I have,
on this page.
okay, I have a general question about budgeting, but I'd like to see what you're, where you're going.
Okay, you can, if you want to ask it, and then I can say if it's coming up or,
No, I think if we have an opportunity to ask questions at the end of your presentation,
Sure.
that's probably fine. Yeah.
okay, that works too. Thank you. This shows a breakdown of the preliminary budget and capital improvement action plan. Out of the 83 million, general fund is 57%. You see measure AA 15%. We have a general fund capital of 10, and then the debt service is 17%. So 31% of the FY24 budget is the CIP, the Capital Improvement and Action Plan. And of that, you see that a third is general fund, 51% of the capital is measure AA. And then there's also some operating projects in there, about 16%. And that's basically projects that don't fit the capital description, but are projects nonetheless. And those are in the general fund. And capital projects are typically, they result in an asset, right? Or they're over $50,000 and or.
There's one question from Director Holman.
Yeah, on this slide, why is Hawthorne's called out specifically and only as 0.1% and 0% on the two different charts?
That's a good question. And that's because technically it is in a separate fund. So we have the 5 funds, and Hawthorne's is one of them, or at least the Hawthorne's as it relates to the endowment. There are also Hawthorne's projects in measure AA. So that 0.1% or 0% that you see, that's part of the endowment, part of Fund 20. It's not the actual bigger project that's going on as far as public access, because that's a measure AA.
Okay, so that 0.1% is endowment monies
Correct.
from the estate.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, all right, that's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. This is a further drill down on the measure AA budget by program. And you see in FY24, 51% of the measure AA component is for public access, education, and outreach. But 25% is slated for land acquisition and preservation, and 24% natural resource protection. Then as time goes on into FY25, and there you see the fact that land is not necessarily budgeted, the actual acquisition cost, because it shrinks to 14%, with public access increasing to 63%, and then natural resource staying pretty stable at 22%. And then FY26, we're 3 years out. it's about 50-50 with land acquisition basically being at zero because that's really difficult because a lot of land acquisition is opportunistic. Opportunities come up basically, and you execute on them as they happen. They don't necessarily announce themselves 3 years ahead of time. So there you see the split of 50-50 between public access and natural resource. Skip one, sorry. This is a little bit of a timeline for Measure AA going back to inception FY15. Most of these are actual except for FY, the bottom two, those are adopted and projected. But you see there's variation in there. A lot of the variation also happens to coincide with acquisitions and a little bit of pipeline as well, of course. But you see big ticket items like acquisition of La Honda in 15, more acquisitions in 16, as well as starting of Mount Amanum, which opened in 17, but then we also began the Sears Ranch parking area and acquired Rancho de Guadalupe. In 18, Mount Amanum was done, and we started a BCR, Bear Creek Redwoods, also acquired Twin Creeks. FY19, opened Bear Creek, completed Cooley Landing, and began Ravenswood, which is completed in FY20, and then more Bear Creek work going into FY21. Saratoga to the Sea Trail, that was a very good cooperation with the City of Saratoga to build that trail. That was FY21. 22, you see the Bear Creek Phase 2 work and complete majority of Alma College work. And then the current year, FY23 that we're in now, completing majority of Alpine Road Trail and continuing Bear Creek Stables and Phase 2. And then for next year, FY24, the big ones are purchase La Honda Creek, that's the Everhard purchase, and then complete the construction of Phase 2 Bear Creek Trails and complete improvements to the Alpine Regional Trail. On average, I think we're at about a $10 million clip per year, which is reasonably on track for a 30-year, $300 million program.
Stefan, yeah, this is kind of where I have to make my comment about the inflation adjustment. And I know we've had high inflation only the last couple of years, but yeah, it's all in it was assigned in 2014 dollars. So, and probably by now our dollar might be worth, construction dollar might be worth, who knows, 60 or 70% of what it was in 2014. So in some ways, in real dollars, inflation adjusted dollars, it is less. It is becoming smaller, but
right.
It's a little bit hard to account for that, but it might be.
It is hard to account for that. And you're right. I mean, the dollar goes less and less as years go on. But on the upside, we are having great success with grants to augment our funding, and we also have interest income on the bond proceeds as they're waiting to be spent. And as a last resort, we could augment with general fund money as well, but we're not there yet. But the grants funds really are helping out a lot as well. And you know, we're what, 9 years in so far, and we've completed about a third of the objectives. So we're tracking along as far as that goes in that respect. So.
Is this an okay time to ask this question? Is what's the anticipated revenue off of this building?
Oh gosh, I think we're talking about, Alan, you cannot, is it $1 million or half? No, close to $1 million a year, right? Or more. Once fully leased. Yeah. Now, of course, over time, as we start taking over suites again, as we grow in the next decade or so, those will be then subtracted from the revenue, but yes. So if we're looking at $1 million revenue, and we also saved $500,000 on that we're not paying lease on the other building anymore. Uh,
Is,
4985 El Camino or something like that.
is it reasonable to, because it's not a small number, I mean, it's smaller than the other numbers on here, but is that something that should be captured somewhere?
It is in the general fund revenue. It is. It's in there. And that's also the reason why we're going to recommend increasing the unassigned fund balance to increase our cushion a little bit, because it is a significant increase.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I hadn't caught that, so thank you.
You're welcome. This is a table that shows you Measure AA budget and actuals, and there's two budget columns. There's the adopted budget, which is basically your approval in June. But then throughout the actual year, there will be adjustments up or down to the budget, and that's the middle column, adjusted budget. And then the actuals, the right-hand column, that's what actually happened in the ACFA. A lot of numbers. I'm not going to read them all to you because I don't want to put you to sleep this early. But it's most of the years it tracks fairly well. Sometimes, especially if you look at adopted versus actual, sometimes during the year we get either optimistic or there's a land acquisition that we increase the budget, but we don't necessarily decrease it yet. And then the actuals just shake out. And so before I go into a recap of the first retreat, are there any questions on any of the numbers?
Maybe I can ask my question now. So last month we had the financial audit results, and one part of that was the past performance. And just looking over the last 5 years that we're in there, the operating expenses seem to be running about 90% of target, and then the capital expenses were running about 80% of target. That seemed pretty consistent over those 5 years. And I understand from some other conversations that this has been talked about before, so it's not a maybe not a new topic, but I just wanted to understand, what do we think about going forward? Have there been adjustments made? Would we expect that to continue? And if it does, are we really operating as efficiently as we should be? If, for example, if capital expense ends up being around 80% of what was budgeted, is that really the best way to plan going forward?
That's a good question. So on the operating side, I think being in the 90% range is quite good. We are very conservative in the way we budget. I wouldn't say we budget for worst case scenario, but we do like the full budget. And that also includes, for example, staffing. We do budget for as if there's no vacancies. So there are typically vacancies. On the upside, in June, each year we come to the board with a projection of salary savings, and that's salaries and benefits, and that accounts for a portion of the operating savings, and we put that into a separate trust. It's called a 115 trust. And what that does is it augments the unfunded liability that we have with CalPERS for pensions. Thankfully, our unfunded liability is percentage-wise a lot less than what CalPERS is running overall, and that what most of our neighbors are running. So we're in pretty good shape, but it's a good policy to do that. It also diversifies the investment philosophies, both with CalPERS and the investment manager for that separate trust. So that's most of or a big part of the operating difference. On the capital side, the list of projects that we bring forward match our capacity to execute. And if we were to, for example, and same thing with the budget, right? So the budget is balanced. Our revenues and expenditures pretty much when we provide the budget to you in June, they match. The bottom line is pretty much zero. What happens with a lot of projects is there's unforeseen. So this is not as simple as paving roads. Right? The paving roads, for example, is pretty straightforward. You know how many miles you have, you know how wide they are, you know how much asphalt you need, and you go for it and pave. With our projects, they're in remote areas, they're difficult terrain, unpredictable terrain. It could be any number of issues with that. There could be natural resource issues that are unforeseen as far as endangered species in the way or something like that, or bats, or certain seasons where you can or cannot do your projects. There could also be permitting issues. Permitting typically is very complicated with multiple jurisdictions. And a lot of these factors, they cause projects to be slower than we would like them to. So we budget for fairly normal circumstances. We try to incorporate as many of these hiccups or speed bumps as we can, but it's not always known. And sometimes things just shake out, and then capital takes that kind of a hit, and we don't hit the 100% spend. So on the Measure AA side, if we don't, then that money is just not drawn down, right? That money stays within the available 300 million funding for next year. So it's just pushed out, if you will. If it happens in the general fund side, we put it away in a reserve for future projects, acquisitions or capital projects. And we've also have a reserve for infrastructure, for example, this building, but also in the future for a coastal office. And we also have a reserve for capital maintenance if we need to repave Mount Auburn Road, or if anything else major capital needs to be happening, that we have a reserve for that, so we don't have to scramble to do that. So that's kind of how we treat that. Does that answer your question? I mean, that's the financial answer.
Yeah, I think there might be other places. I mean, I don't want to spend a huge amount of time on this now, but maybe just to keep in mind going forward. For example, if you're planning, you know, at some lower level, you're planning something, you're planning for, you know, I have a hiring target. If we know statistically we're not able to meet those hiring targets, then you know, planning for success in that case might actually be doing something that's not as efficient. You might make some different choices in your project plans if you were expecting to, you know, only be able to hire some percentage of what you want to hire, right? So I think it's something good to keep in mind. If we're, you know, if we consistently have that shortfall, then I think we should just think about that in our planning and make sure that we're actually doing the most, you know, taking the most efficient approach to things.
Good question. Observation. Yeah. I think
Okay,
it's-
I'll take that into, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure if it means that we're not being efficient or if it just,
It's just a
Yeah.
different assumptions. we
I
make,
don't
yeah.
mean to pick on you
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
My
No, no.
my
Okay.
point is more general. Just
Yeah.
I mean, just from my experience in industry, I think there've been a lot of cases where we've, you know, we've had an aspirational hiring target,
Mhm.
and if we really thought about it, we'd realize we're not actually going to hit that. But then we put in place plans that assumed we were going to hit it, and when we look at it afterwards, we say, oh well, if we had really thought about that, maybe we would have done something different in our planning. We might have simplified what we were trying to do or whatever.
Mhm.
Right?
yeah.
So anyway, again,
Okay.
not picking on you here.
No,
Mhm.
no, it's a good question.
Okay, that's good. And I'm just doing a little time check. We are running a little behind
We
in
are?
general.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. We are.
Yes.
Okay.
So and we want to leave plenty of time to discuss the item. capital items,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, the next part really is just a recap of December. We were all there, but So, I mean, you received an informational presentation from Peninsula Open Space Trust regarding their goals, objectives, and how to work together with us in the future, also regarding community engagement and such, which is new for post, but we're good at that. We looked at the environmental scan. Financially, we remain strong. Cost of living is higher, makes recruitment a little bit more complicated. As you mentioned, Director Kishimoto, we have inflation, which makes things more expensive also for the district. And then we're, of course, we're balancing, construction of facilities with stewardship and enhancement of resources. And then we have additional resiliency measures to look at for drought conditions, land management, etc. As far as the closing Measure AA portfolios, there was a board policy adopted for close of substantially closed, and we will be coming to ABC soon with our first foray into that as far as reallocating some funds. There were updates to the strategic plan, goals and objectives. 3 of the goals and several of the objectives were fine-tuned. And then we also provided you with an update on Measure AA commitments. We looked at it a couple different ways, either by portfolio, where each portfolio is equal, or weighting it by the total dollars allocated per portfolio. Completion range is somewhere between 26 and 44%, and we're 28% in. And as a side note, this is also one of the questions in the FOSM update, which is kicking off within weeks. We would like them to take a look at that as well, because we have 2 calculations, but it'd be good to have an outside look at that as well to see how we're tracking. And that concludes my part. And I'll
Just a
any
can I add
questions on
One comment from the,
very, very quick. And then we had our board, then we had our board development retreat on February 16th, I think it was. And we had an interesting exercise to say, let's look at our basic policy and let's think about our priorities. If you think about, if you will, our 3-legged stool. And I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that our number 1 priority is preserve and protect. Our number 2 priority is resource protection. And number 3 priority is basically public access, education, enjoyment. However, our overall objective is one form or another is to try to balance these 3 out, but with those kind of that roughly in that at least that's what I took out of that. So I kept that in mind as I went through our plan. I just wanted an opportunity for the board. If I didn't hear that right, please, this is probably a good time to make sure that we're aligned, because I think that overlay is important as we go into this.
absolutely.
Great. Okay. Thanks.
All right, now for the fun part. This is where we start getting into projects. I mean, a little bit of background too. This is just a little bit of a recap. Oh, and Brian Malone, Assistant General Manager, of how we get to these proposed projects. So the board approves the strategic goals and objectives. That's reviewed at the retreat 1. We look at particularly what the changes are, if that is something that needs to be reflected in the projects. Of course, the vision plan is a basis of all the work that the public really gave us input and wants to get done. Out of that vision plan was the top 25 Measure AA projects that led to the funding for Measure AA. Obviously, completing those 25 portfolios is a big part of what we look at our action plan to do. On a little bit shorter scale, the MA prioritization criteria that the board reviews and approves periodically helps us look at all those, because the portfolios, the 25 portfolios, each have a series of projects that would, achieve the goals of the overall portfolio. But we want take the board's direction in that prioritization criteria to say, okay, staff, use this criteria to pick out those most important projects. So we utilize that. We then come up with a list that we bring to you for approval of those MAA projects that we're looking over the next 5 years to initiate. And that's generally the difference between the two lists that you see up there, the MAA 5 list and then the optional 5-year list. We think giving existing resources that we can at least initiate the projects on the 5-year list. And the last one that we did, we got very close to initiating almost all of the projects. Although some of those projects certainly moved forward to the new list because they're years-long ongoing projects. And then there's an optional list, you know, that if there's the opportunity, because some of this is opportunity-based, particularly like acquisitions, or if there's capacity, we can look at that optional list to pull additional projects in. So with that background, we develop a project list for our 3-year CIAP, but we need to see if we have capacity for it. So it's a little lengthy, arduous process. Really, our managers that are here today and our budget team, you know, kind of go over this big list of projects. What can we actually accomplish? We're literally doing each project, doing all the key staff members and what their hours available are, what they can dedicate to that or need to dedicate to achieve that project. So all that work goes in, and usually what happens is we trim from that project list based on capacity, because we end up showing that some people are over capacity. So that's the internal process that we're going through. And then basically we get to the point today where we're presenting our proposed plan.
Very quick question, if I may. First is a procedural. Could you just remind the public when they'll have a chance to ask questions? Will there be a specified time? Is it?
Yeah, so Maria, do you know when
it's
we
not on
have
the
public
agenda.
comment
Yeah.
plugged in?
Well, right, well, maybe after, well, let me see. Well, we could see if, I mean, it's, maybe after each major section.
So after
yes,
each program?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So we have
Great.
the 4 program areas and we can take public comment after
That'd
each
be great.
program.
Yeah, that'd be great. And then
Okay.
we could put up on the screen and everything, how people
Sure.
should do that, because I think we have some people in the public here too. The other quick question, Brian, is throughout your and maybe Susanna's presentation, I'm a little perplexed by the storm damage and everything. I mean, 500 trees, and I mean, our staff is just going nuts out there trying to keep things going, and that's got to impact, you know, what we're going to be doing over this next year. So not answer that now, but just I'd be interested in how you all are making trade-offs given just an exceptional year that we've had so far.
Yeah, that will mostly be in the public access section that Susanna Channel will be covering. And really what we've done is to look at some of the bigger projects that are a result of that, and then added it to the action plan, and then balanced that out with what had to be removed from the action plan.
And just going back to public comment, there is a public comment section after every program. So the first one will be after land and land acquisition or land purchases.
Yes, Director Kirsten Tucker.
So Brian, maybe you and Susanna could help me understand, as we move into this FOSM process, how is the prioritization that you're doing this year where you, where you may not have the capacity to do some of the projects that we need to build capacity for? How is that informing the FOSM process as we go forward? Are you keeping notes on that there are certain gaps in, you know, here's what we'd like to do, here's how much capacity we have to do it? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I mean, and specifically the request for proposals for the FOSM study asked to look at some of those areas that we've already identified, like fuel management, resource management, where we already know that we want to grow the capacity to do that work. So it'll definitely be looking at those types of things. It'll also be reviewing plans that we've already prepared that identify additional staff capacity, resource capacity, like the coastal management plan, which looks at the slew of properties on the coast and the issues that need to be addressed there and identifies the resources needed to do that work. We didn't want to propose those resources necessarily immediately in this action plan before having the FOSM review, but we have left open the opportunity to get initial report out from that review and potentially propose additional resources mid-year in this coming fiscal year. But so that's and then obviously we're hoping to complete it in time to feed into the next year, fiscal year 25's capital improvement and action plan process. So very much, some things held off a little bit to evaluate, but anything that's urgent, we may come back to the board mid-year to request additional resources.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Holman?
Yeah, it seems prudent to raise this now, but I don't have a, gee, why don't we at this point? So we recently had the conversation about mountain lions, the second year study about mountain lion tracking and behavior and all that sort of thing. And the topic came up that at least a couple of us commented on about maybe we ought to look at how we're planning our trails. Maybe we ought to look at how we do fire breaks, because we might be interrupting migration paths and stuff like that. The reason I bring it up is, and we haven't voted on that, we haven't had that fuller discussion yet, but I'm just wondering if it's possible to anticipate that that might cause projects to be reconsidered or redesigned, take longer, maybe faster, cost more or less. So I'm throwing you a curve here, and I recognize that, and I apologize. But it seems like this would be a time to bring it up because we just recently had the discussion and presentation.
Yeah, so in the natural resources section, there's a couple projects that I plan to highlight that are really get to those issues. So if I could ask to kind of hold the response until I get to that, and then we can have that discussion about those particular projects and how that will influence those questions that you're asking. And then if there's additional questions after that, we could take them.
The other thing I would add too is we're right now, we're only in year 2 of the study. We do need a couple more years to really understand what the data is telling us and how we should respond. So I would say at this point in time, it's probably too early to make any changes. And remember that with the capital improvement and action plan, we bring this to you every year. So even though we're presenting a 3-year plan, every year we revisit that. And so in the coming years, if we do need to make some adjustments or changes based on that study or other information that we collect, we will do so.
Okay.
All right. All right. So this just goes over some of our partnership and grant funding. This is secured funding that we can count on for the next fiscal year. So obviously, one of our projects that's really dependent on grant funding is the Highway 17 crossing. We have secured money to really get into the environmental review and planning for that. We have secured money for completing our phase 2 trail improvements and the Prisma, the old oil facilities cleanup. Great partnership with Santa Clara Valley Water. They had 5-year grant program for invasive plant management, particularly focusing a lot of work on Bear Creek, but other preserves as well. That's continuing for another 5 years. And then our Los Gatos Creek Watershed Fire Resiliency Project, that large amount of money is coming in next year, as well as working on kangaroo habitat up in the Loma Prieta area. Just a quick note on that, I'll probably cover it later too, but we already were able to comment on a project that CAL FIRE was doing up at Loma Prieta, and have Matt Cheney go out and give them instructions on avoiding Santa Cruz kangaroo habitat, which was not even identified as an animal presence before. So already impacting the way projects are done there. And then additional.
I'm just going to throw a
Highway
thank you in
17.
there. Thank you.
All right, this is just a review of all the symbols that we use so that you recognize them as we go through. We have the 4 program areas. Each of the assistant general managers will be presenting 2 of those programs. I present natural resources and assets and organizational support. And then Susanna Chan will be presenting land acquisition and public access education outreach. And then we also have these areas of interest, and these are ones that the board requested. Hey, can we highlight these areas of interest as we go through the project? So any of the projects or groups of projects will be identified in agricultural diversity and fire prevention. I'll also review the whole list of projects after we go through the whole program area, but we will have already covered them. So that will just be a brief review to say, this is the huge list of projects that's going towards fire prevention or agriculture. Now, this is just a quick look at budget by program. I always like to remind, even though there's some relationship between departments, this is not department budgets. So natural resources is not the natural resources department. In fact, there's lots of land and facilities department projects in there as well. So this is just what we break into those 4 program areas. And then we also like to break it down by project too, because you can see that there's a little bit of difference. There's not a direct correlation between the cost and then the number of projects. Again, I'll point out that the land slice would generally become bigger when we actually do acquisitions. But there, as Stefan mentioned, there's one acquisition in there. All right, and with that, I'll hand it off.
While Susanna's going up, thank you for labeling the slides of where they picture. That's, I'm
All right. Good morning, board members. I'm Susanna Chan, Assistant General Manager, and I will cover the land acquisition and preservation program for you. So there's gonna be total 10 projects under this program with 1 new project and 9 continuing projects. And our budget request for fiscal year 24 is $3.6 million. As mentioned by Stefan, it's actually a little bit unusual, a little bit high for fiscal year 24 because of the Eberhard projects. The board recently just approved the acquisition of that property, and we are very confident that we will be able to close escrow in FY24. That's why the budget for that acquisition is included. And typically, we do not include those acquisition costs, as mentioned earlier, because the acquisition typically is uncertain by the time we adopt the budget. Therefore, we do not include the acquisition cost. Instead, we just request for pre-acquisition costs to pay for our due diligence activities, such as survey, title report, or technical studies, if we have a chance to do that pre-acquisition. Just want to reiterate that. As for our program, I will highlight 5 projects that will bring new lands to the district. Start with the Johnston Ranch land acquisitions. So you are pretty familiar with this property. In 2021, the board approved the acquisition of the Johnston Ranch upland from Peninsula Open Space Trust. The arrangement at the time is that the district will keep the upland portion of the property, and Post will keep the farmland under their name. And as part of that acquisition, because we wanted to transfer a free title of the property to the district, it requires land division to separate the upland and the farmland. That process is ongoing and it's being delayed because the litigations. So we continue to work with the county to advance the land division process. The project received 2 grants from the state. Part of the original arrangement, the acquisition is going to be a fee title acquisitions. Because the litigations timeline is unknown, currently staff is working with our funding agency to see if we can change the grant agreement to allow us for partial interest purchase. So we're working with our funding agency to see if they can amend the funding agreement. Potentially, we can bring the acquisition to the board to amend your approval to allow us to pursue a partial interest purchase, meaning we'll be sharing the ownership with Post. So you may see that coming before you in FY24. The next project is a South Cal land, upland and residence conservations. In 2020, the board approved the acquisition of the South Cal property under a joint ownership arrangement. We are currently owning 54% of the interest of that property, along with Post sharing 33%, they're owning the residence, and then also the Mars Trust, they owning 13% of the interest, the farmland portion of the property. The district now it's interested in procuring the residence portion of the property, and we will be bringing that forward for board's approval. If the board is approved, we can purchase that portion, the interest from the Post. We will continue to pursue the lot line adjustment process with the county so that ultimately we can have the fee title of the portion of the property that we are interested in owning. So that process is continual, will extend into fiscal year 24. The next property is the La Honda Creek Land Conservation, the Eberhard property. We just talked about it, and we will be pursuing to close escrow for that property in FY24. The next one is Coverdale Ranch Land Opportunity. You are also very familiar with that acquisition. End of last year, the board approved the phased approach to acquire the upland portion of Coverdale Ranch from Post. We are currently working on phase 1 and phase 2 will allow us to acquire over 5,100 acres of that property to become under the district's ownership. We are hoping that we can close escrow by the end of this fiscal year. For FY24, we will continue with the last phase of the acquisitions. Currently, we are under optional agreement with the Post for the portion of the land that are associated with the water company, the Lake Lucerne Water Company. We will, under that option agreement, will allow us time to work out more the details with owning or being part of that company, water company. So it will allow us the opportunity to work with the other property owners, work with Post to better understanding the responsibility of being part of a water company. If the district exercise that option, it will be pursuing that acquisition in fiscal year 25. The next project on the list is the Mirador Land Conservation. This is a new project and we adding to our list, and we will be starting that work in FY24. The property is located in the town of Portola Valley, right next to our Windy Hill Preserve. It's about 200 acres. currently Post is a 50% owner. The acquisition will require lot line adjustment approval from the town. We will be starting the project in FY '24, working with Post along with the property owner so that we can complete that acquisition. It will probably take a couple years, but we are confident that we can move forward with that project in the next couple years. So now let me move into talk about a couple projects that are giving us other property right. The first one is the Cal Water Land Exchange project. This project is on our list for some time already. It's a project that initiated by Cal Water. They wanted water tank easement from the district. So the project really moves at the pace that Cal Water wants. So, but we are very close. So we are in the process of reviewing the final land exchange agreement. As part of that agreement, Cal Water will get that easement, tank easement from us in our one of the preserves. And then in exchange, we will get the trail easement next to our TQ preserve. So, and then we also will give us the opportunity to have the first rights of refusal to acquire about 1,300 acres of watershed land from Cal Water. So again, we're very close. So we're hoping that we'll be able to bring that exchange agreement to the board for your approval in FY '24. The last project I want to highlight is the Quint Trail easement. That project will allow us to close a gap in the Ridge Trail system. It's part of the Highway 17 trail connection project, and it will allow us to complete that gap and fulfilling one of the Highway 17 trail connection visions. So we've been working on that as for some time as well, but we'll continue to work on it and push that trail easement agreement in FY '24.
Okay.
Just Susanna, do you want us to comment per slide or should we wait until you're in with your section?
Yeah, you can do it per slide. I just wanted to end it with, as we talk about land acquisition program, I would be remiss if I don't mention our wonderful partner, Peninsula Open Space Trust. The 5 projects that I mentioned here that will bring new lands to the district, 4 of them are partnership project with Post. We share visions of supporting biodiversity. We share visions of supporting, enhancing equal access, protecting our environment, protecting lands on the coast side. We've been working on a lot of works together. We're working on educating the public together. We're applying grant application together. Post allow us to do a lot of pre-acquisition study on their land, which is opportunities that we don't normally get if we are working with a private property owners. So we definitely appreciate their support. And we know that our land acquisition program wouldn't be this successful without the ongoing longstanding support from our partner Post. So I just want to mention that and also mention that our partnership is not just start with the land acquisitions. There's other partnership projects that you will hear later on in today's presentations. So with that, I just want to end here and open up for questions.
And then the next slide, I think, is board questions and
Yes.
public comment, right?
Yes, and the
Okay.
public comments as well.
Oh,
Okay.
perfect.
Director Riffle?
So first of all, you just stole all of my thunder about Post. So
Sorry.
thank you so much. And I actually want to recognize Daniel Olstein from Post is here. So I don't know, perhaps later Dan might want to comment, but thank you, Post.
you.
Thank you, Dan, for all of the great work. The one, if you could go back to the previous slide, I've had the opportunity to have to get on the land of the El Mirador Land Conservation, and that is an incredible property. And I know it's fraught with legal challenges. So when you say a couple of years, I think that's even probably aggressive, but I'm so happy that Post is gonna, I mean, if anybody does this well, Post does that well to try to figure out how to get that to us. So I'm so happy that we've got a partnership to figure that out, because that is a stunning piece of property. And then my last question is on the Cal Water Land Exchange. And I don't know who to direct this to, but will that allow us to then take over that what's called the Skyline Trail as far, or is that just a particular portion of property? I forget how we're. Alan?
So it does,
Right.
Yeah.
so I,
Go ahead. Sorry.
it doesn't, I don't think it allow us to take over the trail, but it will give us easement to complete some of the
Oh,
gaps.
oh, I see. Okay.
Right?
I guess you could look at Alan Ishibashi, senior property agent. You can look at it either way. So we'll put an easement over the existing Skyline Trail that allows mountain bike use, so it expands the use, right, over what exists currently, which is a California riding and hiking trail that San Mateo County Parks manages.
Right.
So, at such time, if the board decides they want to open that to mountain bike use, we might have to take some more ownership and maintenance and patrol of that section of trail than we currently do. So it's kind of just, it can be either way. We'll secure the right, whether we want to exercise it or not. That's a board decision at the time, or it's sometime in the future.
And that's from Wonderlick to Hutter. Is that?
It's essentially from the Paul Mulder Trail that comes from El Corte de Madera
Oh, yeah.
down to the trail and then
Right.
out to
Oh, got
yeah,
it. Got it. Okay.
yeah.
Great. That's great news. Thank you.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, just a quick one on that. I think at whatever time it's appropriate, it would be really interesting for the public as well to see maybe a map that explains those types of things, the possibilities and decisions that might be upcoming.
Yeah, is that coming to the board, or is that, or you don't have a map to throw up there?
Not yet.
Okay.
So the item will come before the board, start with the closed session to discuss the terms, and then eventually the board will approve the exchange at the public meetings.
Mm,
At that time, we'll be able to share those maps.
I see, well, I had a couple questions as well, as I guess one, so the Quint and the El Mirador. So, so you don't have a map probably to show us, but can you describe a little bit more where that is in Windy Hill? Is it on the west?
Yeah, it's right next, we do have a map, but because this presentation is higher level, so
Yes.
we do not
Okay,
include the
it's okay.
map. We can share the map later. It is at the lower part of the Windy Hill Preserve,
Okay,
and next to it, it's about 200 acres and has second growth redwoods, mature redwoods, as Director Whipple mentioned. I never been on the site, but I saw some descriptions. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Maybe Alan can further
Yeah,
describe.
the property is directly north, if you will, of Windy Hill, kind of up, it goes all the way up to Skyline Boulevard, which is the upper portion of the property that we'd be interested in. Essentially, it goes from Skyline Boulevard all the way down to Portola Road, or I'm not sure, I can't remember what the road is, but whatever.
Oh, really?
So
Okay.
it spans the whole thing, kind of like Windy Hill, all the way from the top to the bottom. And we'd be interested in the top portion of the property, which touches Skyline, and is again on the north side of the Windy Hill property or
I
preserve.
see. Okay, well, I mean, as you say, it's kind of, this is a high level review, but in a way, we're being asked to comment on it. So yeah, possibly if you could follow up with a little,
Yes.
a map or something, that would be helpful for, and that, is that also for the Quint Trail? And where along the Bay Trail is that? Is that
Which trail? Yeah.
Quint?
Quint.
Yeah, I can take that again. Alan Ishibashi, again, senior property agent. So that is at the kind of the top of El Sereno, making a connection to the county Sanborn County
Oh, I
Park.
see.
So that connection there, yeah,
Oh,
it's very, very small. It's a couple hundred feet right?
Mhm.
As far as the
But
trail goes, but it's a very important connection.
critical trail, yeah. Okay, and then I guess it's really, I don't know if maybe it's a question, I guess it's, and I know our staff is keeping an eye on many things, but so I'm just kind of thinking about other connections, like the connection between Arastradero and Hawthorne and where else? Maybe more staging area for Teague Hill and such. And so I just wanted to ask you if that's kind of on your monitoring list.
Mike Williams, Rural Property Manager. As far as Teague Hill goes, the past conversations we've had with county parks about Teague Hill are when you go up Kings Mountain Road and you get probably to the last third of the section of Kings Mountain before you hit Skyline, there is an existing pull out there.
Yeah.
And we have had discussions in the past. At one point, County Parks was interested in potentially transferring Huddard Park to the district on the south side of Kings Mountain Road, which is adjacent to Teague Hill, because the rest of Huddard Park is all on the north side. But that we haven't had recent conversations about that. That in the last couple of years, I want to say in the last 4 years, has been striped. And I want to say there's about 11, 12 parking spots there. That could be used if there's a viable trail connection on the south side of the road, but the trail connections have not been looked into.
Yeah, well, so I'm really interested we've heard about that off and on over the years, but we haven't seen, I'd like to see that move forward myself, but.
Sure. And Cal Water also provides some additional easements that are on their property that are currently held by Woodside Equestrians, which provide better connections from Teague Hill to the Skyline Trail.
Okay. And then we've looked at, that it's kind of that tricky. There's a connection between
Arastradero
and Hawthorne.
And
right?
Hawthorne's. Yeah. And that has not been revisited with parties for a number of years. I think former board member David Smirnoff had been involved in a group that was looking at that. I think that involves both Palo Alto land and, both
private in Palo Alto, maybe.
Palo Alto land and in Portola Valley.
Well, if you could keep an eye on it, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay.
Would none of that be San Mateo County? The line goes.
I think it's in both counties. Where the crossing line is between Santa Clara and San Mateo County, and there's several private properties, and it's been a number of years since we've looked at that connection.
I meant unincorporated San Mateo County.
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
Within Portola Valley sphere of influence, and within Palo Alto's boundaries.
Okay. Other board questions? Yes.
Comment and a question. First off, I just want to echo Susanna Chan and Director Ripple's kudos to Post. When I think about the district's work over the years, always at the heart of what we do is acquiring lands of regional significance. We did a lot of that in the first 20 or 30 years. But when I look at this list of lands that we're actively acquiring now, it's still incredibly exciting and incredibly important, and really a testament to the incredible partnership that we continue to have, that vibrant partnership with Post. So many thanks to Post and their donors. A question I have has to do with when or where we might put our coastal field office on this list, and the Bay City Nurseries property, which is kind of percolating along with interest from the county and the city of Half Moon Bay for a variety of uses. I'm just wondering when that might hit our budgeting radar, or
it is there. Right. Yeah. And we'll discuss this a little bit more Right now, it's listed under assets. So it's in the fourth program, and we'll
Okay.
cover that.
I missed it. All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other comments. I do have one public comment card. It's regarding trails. I don't know whether Trent would like to prefer to.
Is that more for public access?
It's about public access. Should we hold it for?
I think
public
probably
access?
for the public access
Yeah.
program.
Can we have him
I
do it
think so.
now since he's here?
Oh, sure.
Oh, would you like to speak now? Or you want to wait till public access?
For the public access program, it's gonna be, I think, after lunch.
After lunch,
So if he wants to make comments, he can.
So you could speak now, or you could hold your comment for it'll be after lunch. Yes, coming up. You'll have up to 3 minutes. Thank you for coming. And this is Trent Poltronetti.
Hello. So first of all, I wanted to thank you for, oh, sure. Wanted to thank you for what you do. Really appreciate it. And, I think a lot of the residents of the region do as well. Sure. All right. I think you also do a good job of navigating a lot of conflicting goals and interests. I know that's a challenge. I wanted to specifically address a couple of comments. I know it's coming in access, and I'm sorry I won't be able to be here for that. There's, the AA funding, you've mentioned that. A lot of people voted for it to spend their money on it. And the results seem to be lagging still, especially in terms of trails and access. So I'd love to, see more on that. Another thing that as an outsider I seem to have observed is that the trails that have been built have been mostly gravel road so far. And personally, I don't think that should be a priority. I think the hiking and biking trails are more important. I think I get this impression that some of the mid-pen management think that really wide trails are safer than narrow trails, and I actually believe the exact opposite is true, because you have higher speeds and longer sight lines on big wide trails. And they're good fire break, but besides that, they're more intrusive. You're talking about the mountain lions and stuff earlier. A tangential question, just a question, is has Midpen ever divested any properties that they couldn't use in line with their goals? And I was thinking of Teague Hill is a gem, but the people around it have blocked it from being properly developed for access and stuff. And just, should you divest it and spend that money somewhere else? I'm just a question. I don't need the answer. Another thing that, some of the planning is involving building parking lots and infrastructure. And if the access by foot or by bike was better, then I think you would, it wouldn't have to spend as much on the parking lots, especially, you see according to Madeira, well-used preserve and no easy way to bike to it. Which ties into another thing about regional coordination. Is there anyone here from county parks? And were they specifically invited? They share so much common goal, right? And sure they could attend, but were they invited? And I think that's super important. As a resident, you don't really care whether it's a county park or a mid-pen or whatever. You just want to have the land protected and be able to enjoy it, right? So I just encourage that, just to stay coordinated, work closely with them. I'd like to see that continue.
Well, thank you. It's about.
And that was
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Those are good questions. On that last point, I know there is a Peninsula Trails coordinating group. So, but they're not here today. But we'll be discussing more under public access. So thank you for coming. Okay, I think we're ready for. Are we going to just move into the next section? Yes.
I just wanted to comment, Mike Williams, Rural Property Manager, on the Cal Water project. We have been meeting periodically with county parks, San Mateo County Parks. On the Quint Trail, we have done some coordination and meeting with Santa Clara County Parks because that will connect to Sanborn. So we staff does have regular meetings with both the county parks we work with.
All right, now we'll move into natural resource protection and restoration. So our first look is just at the number of projects. We have 10 new projects and 30 continuing, many multi-year projects. And then you can see on the screen the breakdown between our different budget areas. So then to just jump right into our projects, the programmatic permitting is an ongoing long-term project. It's one of these kind of go slow to go fast projects, really looking at all of our routine maintenance and construction activities, not big projects, but those, particularly those things that affect our regulatory permitting agencies, working within stream corridors, and then any impacts to species. So we made tremendous progress, particularly with the U.S. Army Corps and Cal Fish and Wildlife. Now we have to update our U.S. Fish and Wildlife permitting, and they'll also incorporate the wildland fire prescribed fire program into the overall programming and permitting project. But this really should wrap up in the next fiscal year, and we have all our main regulatory permitting agencies lined up. This does not cover local permitting, but however, it has informed, which I will talk about later in the last program, the local permitting in San Mateo County. The carbon storage study project, the initial study has been completed, really looking at the entire San Gregorio watershed to see what the carbon storage opportunities are. The general kind of result is that the land is still healing and storing carbon from previous land practices, and that we should encourage that. Work to prevent fire, work on our forestry restoration projects. Of course, we have a big forestry restoration project, but then this next fiscal year, we'll be looking at a specific project to study increasing carbon storage in the San Gregorio watershed. The Science Advisory Panel, as the board knows, there was basically 3 topics that were selected by the board and put before the Science Advisory Panel. They produced very good reports that we use and refer to all the time. The last year has really been implementing some of those recommendations. For instance, it was helpful in the development of the conservation grazing program and reviewing our grazing, the impacts and benefits of grazing. Of course, there was a major component with public access and a particular evaluation of e-bikes that fed into the board evaluation of e-bikes. And then we go back all the time to the report on the benefits and impacts of public access in general. So really good basis there. We're going to take this next year to reevaluate the program, our partnership, and how we can refine that and then get board approval for moving forward with a new process. And then probably we'll be bringing the opportunity for new questions to the board in fiscal year 25. So we really like the program. We're going to refine the process. I think we do need to build in, because it was very useful, a little implementation time after we get answers to major questions, or at least a good scientific review of the background. So this was one of the projects that I wanted to talk about in response to Director Holman's question, and this is Conservation Management Unit designation. So if you're familiar with a couple of our areas, one at Russian Ridge and one at La Honda, in the planning process for the Mindigo area and then for the La Honda master plan, we actually identified conservation management units. And these are areas that, for a particular reason to that area, that we designate as no or limited public access, and really make that area preserved for the species. So an example, at there's a breeding population of San Francisco garter snake there. So that area is off limits, but we have surrounding public access where you can go up on the top of Mindigo Hill and look down onto the protected property, and then out to the post council circle. And then at La Honda, there's a series of ponds in the upper area of La Honda above the Harrington Creek Trail that's really good red-legged frog habitat. We're actually going to look at possibility of reintroduction of San Francisco garter snake as well. So those are examples of existing ones, but we haven't taken a look at the district-wide properties and say, what are the areas with special resource values that really need to be protected and managed primarily for their natural resources? So we're going to look district-wide and look at designating additional conservation management units, and that would have implications for our public access planning, where we would have potentially limited access or limits on different types of access, just to protect natural resources. So this is one of the programs that will really go to that. I think probably the biggest example of that will be Cloverdale. Everyone's excited about access there, but we also have some really special resources that we need to look at and make sure that we protect in that area too. So that process will really help us in our future planning and make sure that we're doing our job of preserving natural resources. Moving on to some of our agricultural projects. So I think the board, at least the longer term board members, are very familiar. We went through the Toto Ranch, and this is part of Tenitas Creek Preserve. We went through a rangeland management plan that really looked at how do we preserve the grasslands on that Toto Ranch. And we have a rancher that is now implementing the rangeland management plan. We excluded a more intensive agricultural area around the homestead, which is also the house is also leased to the grazing tenant, the market guards, and they run a more intensive operation. So this agricultural plan will look at what are the available resources, natural resources as far as soil, particularly water is a constraint on that property and on most coastal properties, to see how much of their poultry and pork operation can be sustainably supported for the long run, and make sure that that is fiscally sustainable for the grazing tenant or the agricultural tenant in this case, and make sure that there's good protections and limits and impacts to natural resources. The RFP for preparing that is actually going to go out in the next month or so. Lone Madrone Ranch fence installation. So this is in La Honda Open Space Preserve, and this will be a fence that's protecting riparian corridor and exterior boundaries. We tend to inherit grazing properties with poor grazing infrastructure. A lot of folks didn't see a future in it before Post and the Open Space District began to acquire and preserve agricultural land. It was getting divvied up into little ranchettes. And so the maintenance of ranching infrastructure really dropped off. And that is the case in the Lone Madrone Ranch. And so we're building the infrastructure. We're also adding infrastructure to make it more conservation grazing rather than just putting cattle out on the landscape. That sometimes involves more fencing to protect riparian areas and better water distribution to kind of evenly graze all the grasslands. We're also looking at a new well on the Driscoll Ranch. And that is currently, we have rights and diversion rights on the creek, but that does take away water for fish. So we want to look at a new opportunity where we take water from a well that doesn't impact, they're somewhat connected, but directly taking water from a creek reduces stream flow a lot more than taking water from a well. So we're looking at there, again, that balance between agriculture and natural resources. Same thing at Toto, another ag well project, really looking at supporting the grazing operation there as well. And then Lobetus Creek fencing, this is specifically for the protect Lobetus Creek from cattle getting in there, and also part of carbon storage. So one of the, going back to the science panel review, one of the findings was that one of the best ways to store carbon on grazing lands is to exclude the cattle from riparian areas, allow trees and shrubs to grow up, store carbon in that limited area and without taking a lot of land out of grazing. That's one of your biggest bangs for your buck for storing carbon. So that's one of the reasons we're doing that project. It's also being planned in conjunction with the public access to make sure that there'll be appropriate public access for the Prisma to Sea Trail. And also the trail is planned to go through a beautiful area there. So that'll be a stunning location. So now, any questions on that slide?
Thank you. Two questions. The first is with the programmatic state and federal environmental permitting. Can you talk a little bit about how this dovetails with the cutting the green tape efforts and our partners? What kind of efforts are going on regionally to facilitate and expedite the permitting processes?
So these, so the cutting the green tape project, which is it's a statewide project, but was really in some sense initiated with the Santa Cruz Mountains Stewardship Network, and particularly our partner at the San Mateo RCD has done a lot of work in bringing this forward, but it is now a state project to look at cutting the green tape, cutting the permitting for restoration projects. So our programmatic permitting actually is for both like public access work. Like the most frequent thing would be replacing a culvert that's undersized and putting it in a proper location. That's part of a trail project. That could also be part of a restoration of a creek project. Probably a project that would be most akin to that for pure restoration would be the work that we've done on the Honda Creek in conjunction with the RCD for the stream restoration, where we're putting big woody material in the stream. So that overall state program of cutting the green tape is to look at restoration projects overall and lessen the permitting requirements for that. Our programmatic state and federal permitting is just for the open space district to set up basically best management practices for how we do work and get acceptance from each of those regulatory agencies. And it makes it so complicated because there's so many, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, state Fish and Wildlife, and the Army Corps. There's a historic component that comes into it as well. So just getting all those, this is how we do things, and getting acceptance from those regulatory agencies allows us to get that general permit and then just report out on those projects as we plan them and complete them.
And just to add to that, our programmatic permitting process began before the cutting the green tape. And so it's been a process that we have been put in place and now reconfirmed with the regulatory agencies for our ongoing maintenance needs. And so That's been in place for a long time, and we've reissued that with the regulatory agencies for our purposes. We are also a part of the Cutting for Green Tape initiative, which is, like Brian mentioned, statewide and focused on habitat restoration projects.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that, that description. It just seems like whatever we can do to keep pushing those boundaries and in terms of getting things through more quickly is good. So happy to see that one.
Absolutely. And that's of high interest from everyone that works in the Santa Cruz Mountains and all the
Yeah.
great restoration that's
Yeah.
going on.
I had another question then, Brian, with the Toto Ranch agricultural plan and how the progress of creating that plan will dovetail with the ag policy development, to make sure that we're not getting ahead of ourselves with the Toto Ranch plan before we finish the ag policy.
Yeah, so the the scheduling is very complex. We have a lot of grazing leases and a few more intensive agricultural leases that we are delaying entering into until we get a ag policy completed. And we anticipate that board bringing it to the board for approval of the ag policy sometime in the summer of this calendar year. And so we won't be putting out for the leases, putting out requests for proposals for the leases until we've completed that. So anything we can do, anything the board decides on policy wise, we'll be able to include in those leases. For the agricultural production plan, it really is getting just the baseline of the available, both natural resources and ag production resources, and what the land can support. So that'll be information that will then feed into the lease, the preparation of a lease along with the agricultural policy.
Oops, and one last thing. Great picture of a cow.
Yes, that's one of Alan Renz's cows at La Honda.
Okay, let's see, Director Holman.
Maybe named Bossy. So I want to express my appreciation for what you described as part of the Conservation Management Unit designation, and also looking more broadly at that. As you know, like I've been a huge fan and just can't wait for the Highway 17 undercrossing to be done. And I read recently, maybe in the last week or 10 days or so, something like that, about another undercrossing that wildlife are already using. And I'm wondering, because these projects take a significant amount of time and partnerships and stuff, has staff by any chance identified any other need for crossings, such as, well, maybe another on 17, 84, 35, 1.
So we haven't identified anything as far as, a major project to take on. So although there's lots of partnership work going on, of course, the Coyote Valley and getting wildlife to be able to cross there, and then also further south are big projects. And of course, you refer
And of course, the newts, of course.
the newt. I'll highlight that. You probably caught the newt picture on the next slide, so I'll highlight that in a moment. And then, of course, the Laurel Curve crossing that was just opened by the Santa Cruz Land Trust. That'll be in the biweekly, actually a picture of the first Bobcat crossing under right after they opened up. We are working regionally to make sure that there are crossings in place. We have not identified additional areas. That is something, as we're doing these background studies, say, one of the big ones that we've worked on is the Badger study. Is there, are all the roadways that they need to move along for that coastal route that's been identified to connect their grassland habitat, can they pass over all those effectively? So I think that's the type of thing that we're looking at. We haven't identified any roadway crossings. We've of course identified some stream improvements in the future to improve fish passage.
Right, and for that, there is one project that is identified in the 3-year CIAP, starting in FY '26. It is the Lobitos Creek Fisheries Restoration, and that's a major barrier at Highway 1. It's a project at the scale of Highway 17 crossing, so it's huge.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be quite as expensive, but as far as importance and impact to Steelhead and potentially Coho, are really important. And it's both Highway 1 and then also at the county road at Verde. But Highway 1 would be the most complicated.
I see.
So my interest in this is not just the obvious, protecting wildlife, but also as you're doing a lot of this work, and I don't know that it's broadly known, Director Chair Kishimoto has an involvement in a conservation district up north, and I think of Marin, and so I'm just wondering like how we can be a partner, if you will, by setting example or working with or learning from some of the other organizations that are around too, which would take some effort, but because there's a lot of work that you do that goes under the radar.
Yeah, no, and there's a statewide wildlife crossings group. We're paying attention legislatively for anything that could negatively impact our opportunities particularly for Caltrans to include funding and analysis for wildlife crossings for new projects. So yeah, we're definitely working with our partners, seeing how all these crossings can connect. Thank you, General Manager, because even though I was thinking of it as a stream connection with the Lobitos Creek work, it actually is, it's under a roadway, right? So it's the culvert that's causing the problem there and preventing fish passage.
Well, just staying on that topic for 1 minute. Is it okay if I was just going to say, there was an article recently about 280, kind of near the Stanford area, which has been the real hotspot for wildlife, mountain lion killings and such. So that's another one that we might kind of pay some attention to.
And I think that one would need more analysis. There's certainly more passage under 280 than say 17. But and maybe that's something that Caltrans could look at as fencing appropriate and directional fencing to get them that location. You also that you don't have most of the valuable habitat is up in the hills above it, so you don't have much habitat to get to, whereas Highway 17, we're really connecting large habitat areas of vital importance for the wildlife. So there's really two things. That there's the fatalities on the road of wildlife, which is sad, but the most important, particularly for like mountain lions, is the genetic diversity of connecting the populations.
Okay, well, thank you. Dr. Gleason, you had a question?
Yeah, I also wanted to pile on to this question. And actually what you just mentioned about the kills on the road, there was this forum, mountain lion discussion forum just this weekend for people in La Honda, and Matt Sharp-Cheney presented there as well. But there was a person from Fish and Wildlife who was talking about the number of mountain lions that are killed, and the number was frightening, I thought, compared to the size of the local population. I'm just wondering, are there? It seems like it's more than about crossings, right? There's danger in lots and lots of places. You can't put wildlife crossings in all those places. So I'm wondering if there's more that we should be involved with. I'm not sure what it would be, but other measures to try and reduce that those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably our primary responsibility and where we can do the best work is preserving core habitat. But there, because any animals, including mountain lions, are going to get in trouble when they wander out of core habitat and into the interface with humans. there's not really any good way to limit that movement, and it's a natural part of dispersal. So that is something to think on. Certainly, we hope to have lot more information at the completion of our mountain lion study.
Yeah, I had one more just on the science advisory panel. Do we, is there already a list of future topics, or has any prioritization been discussed, or do you know when that will
Yeah,
come up?
so I mean, there is a list of projects that the board brainstormed and then prioritized the ones that we actually did. But we wouldn't just work off that list. We would bring it back to the board. There's certainly probably new issues that the board or staff have identified the need to look at. So we would have that list that was identified that we didn't work on, but we'd probably want to reevaluate that before going back to the science panel. And I can provide that to the board. It's just in one of the old board reports. So we've already started touching on most of this here. The first program I'll just mention, and you probably saw this with the approval, I want to say it was January or February, of the agreement with USGS to work on the habitats for San Francisco garter snake and red-legged frog. So that is where we're focusing on the aquatic habitat assessment. Of course, both those species, their primary habitat is the ponds that we have on district properties, and that will focus on Cloverdale, and on La Honda and Mindigo. So really strong existing population of both species at Cloverdale. The Mindigo one, we have done work to help that population recover, and we're hoping through measuring it again to see an improvement or increase in the population size. And then we're evaluating that conservation management unit that we've already set aside in La Honda. Can this be a reintroduction area for San Francisco garter snake? We talked about the mountain lion conservation research already a little bit, but definitely this is another area where we hope to see how mountain lions are using habitat in reaction to public access. We don't think that any of the behavior modification that we're working on is going to push them out of habitat. We haven't really seen that in areas where they're close to human habitation. We just are hoping, but the results of the study will hopefully provide enough information to make some sort of determination that it will make them avoid actual human presence. So, maybe in busy areas, that would mean they don't utilize busy areas during the daytime as much, but they utilize it at night. That would be a good result. We could potentially also see that there's differences in habitat use because they're also looking at the less heavily publicly used areas and see, oh, maybe this use is having an impact, or maybe we'll see, which seems to be like early results case, that the mountain lion density in Rancho San Antonio, our busiest preserve, is similar to other areas. So that will kind of give us some more information on which to base decisions on. I talked a little bit about, because I was excited about it, that we already kind of had commented and worked with CAL FIRE on some road work that they did to make sure that they didn't impact the Santa Cruz kangaroo rat habitat. We're going to actually go out and start trapping and do some genetic testing to see if this population, what their subspecies is, and confirm that this is which we strongly believe is a very rare population that needs to be preserved, and then work on the habitat management plan that can help that population be successful up in the Loma Prieta area. Wildlife corridor. This is just an update. I think the board members are very familiar with this project, but we will be really diving into the environmental review and the design phase this next fiscal year. Again, year project. But really looking at our partners at Laurel Curve with the Santa Cruz Land Trust, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. So that, which is very important for wildlife, of course, to be able to see through the crossing. And then I love this juxtaposition. It's part of the reason I included it as the projects I'm highlighting. You will have noticed probably that both Susanna and I are picking just projects to highlight. You have the full list in front of you. You can ask questions on any of them. But to do a crossing that's primarily for our largest predator, and then just a half mile away to do a crossing for one of our smallest amphibians. And really, we've done some studies, and this next year we'll be working with our partners, the most important one, Santa Clara County Roads, to choose a design that works for the newts to sustain their population, and then works for county roads to maintain an important roadway. Any questions on our wildlife program?
Yeah, I share your excitement about all of these, Brian. So thanks for highlighting these. And maybe to go back to a comment that I think Director Holman was alluding to, I'm really interested in what the science is going to tell us both before what we think is going to happen and what's going to happen afterwards. And so, gosh, we've got great scientists on our staff. I'm sure they're all thinking about this, but we're spending a lot of money. We think it's the right thing, but it would be so great if we were able to show that yes, we were able to have a positive benefit. So just putting a plug in for kind of the long-term monitoring and evaluation of this investment.
Yeah, no, and for both those projects, I think you always need data before, and that sometimes is the tough information to get. But given that the placement of the crossing was really related to a lot of the highway fatality reportings of both mountain lions and deer, we'll have that data to look at. And then we also have a lot of collar tracking data from the Puma project to look at for mountain lions. And then that's one of the great values, instead of just, which I think a lot of advocates were asking us in county roads to do, was to just jump into putting a newt crossing in. But now we have that great baseline study that really looked at the population and identified that there might be a risk to the population if we didn't do anything.
Right.
So we'll be able to repeat that study or some a part of it and determine what the impact of the crossing is.
Great. And I'd love to be able to publish and share, maybe even convene, just so that our neighboring agencies can benefit as well.
Absolutely.
Remind me, or maybe I haven't seen, where is the kangaroo rat population concentration?
So it's up on the Loma Prieta. So the ridgeline runs between Mount Umunhum and Loma Prieta, which Loma Prieta is up near the Santa Cruz County line. We actually have property below Loma Prieta that goes all the way down to Highland Road, opposite from the SoCal demonstration forest. But it's on that ridge line that runs from Loma Prieta to Mount Umunhum. And it was a previously unidentified population that was only identified in the kind of Santa Cruz Sandhills region before.
And so who identified it? Was it Midpen staff or was
So
it?
Kirk, you can jump in here, but I believe it was one of our consultants doing camera trapping.
It was Ken Hickman.
Ken Hickman, that's right.
This doesn't seem to have gathered the kinds of attention that the newt crossing has and that population has. Do you have any idea why that? Yeah, it's adorable.
Yeah, so, well, not only are they, I mean, look, the kangaroo rat's pretty adorable too.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm saying, the kangaroo rat.
Newts have gained so much public attention because the tragedy is just out in front of you.
Mhm.
And it was one of our volunteers that kind of started looking at the number of dead newts. Now we're not seeing impacts like that to the kangaroo rat. So it's in a very rural area. There is some local travel, even on the dirt road, but not heavy traffic impacts up in that area. And most of it is off limits to public access on district or or private lands. So we're not seeing that sort of impact on the kangaroo rat, although we're just starting to study the population.
Right.
So we have a lot of work yet to be done.
So I was asking the question because I'm really interested, but also to go to Kurt's point about partnerships and stuff. Is it known enough that we might generate some partner support in studying this and doing the study, financial support?
Oh, yeah, that was one of the grants that I highlighted.
Okay.
Yep, yep.
Okay.
So there's
a lot to
definitely
track.
support there in the study, and then probably also in the habitat development. And this is the species in that really, it's a habitat that we don't take part in protecting because it's mostly in Santa Cruz County, but that
Mhm.
sandhills habitat, and they highlight the kangaroo rat as one of those important species that is up front to kind of showcase the preservation of that type of habitat.
Okay, where was the grant money, their partnership money? I missed that somehow.
Way back at the
back,
beginning.
okay, all right.
I'll look up the amount
That-
and what? 112,000.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, thank you so much.
Director Gleason.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk briefly about the new crossing. And this is something I've mentioned before. I go there a lot. So, and like you said, it really is a tragedy on the road there. But I wanted to point out that I think this is a place where Midpen did a really good job of responding to the public. And, you know, maybe it was hard to ignore because there was so much outpouring. But I think that was really good. And the other thing is that Midpen is taking leadership in a place where it didn't necessarily have to, right? It's a county road. I think it's next to county parks. And yeah, I think it's great that we are doing that and, you know, getting people together on that one and making it happen. I really appreciate that.
Okay, let's see. Oh, I just have a quick question on that first one, the district-wide aquatic habitat assessment. So can you remind me, so is that only for fish or is that kind of all aquatic like birds and?
This project was originally designed to do district-wide sampling to get at what species are in all of our aquatic habitats. However, with the acquisition of Cloverdale, we did shift it and focus it to those just two primary species, you know, one endangered and one threatened, the San Francisco garter snake and the red-legged frog. So the next 2 years we'll be focusing on that. We may, after that's complete, we may probably start a new project that looks at overall district aquatic habitats, but we really are focusing on those two species.
I see. Okay. And then, yeah, so I'm also thinking about Stevens Creek, and I know we've spent some money on Stevens Creek fisheries restoration, but if we have some project that appears in the near future, is that something that would fit under one of these or?
Yeah, so we don't have any CIAP projects proposed for Stevens Creek fisheries. I did provide to the board the long list. Well, it just really, I think 3 projects out of the list of improvements that Valley Water has that on their capital improvement program. So most of the remaining barriers in Stevens Creek are actual Valley Water infrastructure. Sometimes it's existing fish ladders that weren't designed as well as the current science indicates that they should. So those will primarily be funded and completed by Valley Water and will have even a bigger impact than the Deep Cliffs project that the Friends of Stevens Creek just completed with district funding. That was a minor barrier, but Valley Water will be working on some of the other ones. We will keep an eye on those to see if there's any adjacent restoration that the district could get involved in or help with. But that, I see that as the primary improvement of Stevens Creek Fish Passage is through the Valley Water work.
Is that including the Hetch Hetchy barrier or
Uh,
I don't know if there's a,
I'm not familiar with
I-
that
I-
name, but I did provide their plan on which
Okay.
particular projects that they're working on.
okay, okay. So yeah, if one appears, then we can bring it forth in the future. Yes. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
All right, now on to restoration and remediation work. The Irish Ridge restoration, huge acacia forest, really impacting the diversity, also impacting fire hazard. So this is a project that really gets at that concept of our wildland fire resiliency program is not just creating traditional fuel breaks, whether that's just a totally cleared zone or a shaded fuel break. We're actually looking at projects that go into the forest and do restoration work. In this case, it's a non-native species that's very invasive, and we'll be going back in and restoring that area. And we're really have gotten to the point where we can get into implementation over the next 3 years. Oversight of Lehigh Quarry, you can see a picture of the pit on the right there. We expect this to be kind of shifted into high gear. We met with representatives from Lehigh. They say they anticipate submitting a new reclamation plan amendment to the county in April or so. And that's just of course, for the mining area. They also said they are preparing a master plan for the rest of the property, including the old cement plant. That they have reaffirmed that they're not going to be reopening the cement plant. But this next fiscal year, we will probably be doing a lot of work to look at their reclamation plan amendment, and then of course the county's environmental review of that as well. So that'll be coming up. And then the master plan will also, the board has expressed through letters that the general manager sent to the county and Lehigh, the interest in preserving the undeveloped parcels that are also owned by Lehigh. And the master plan will hopefully address those. We've certainly in our discussions encouraged them to think of those as areas that should be preserved for open space. Madonna Creek, fish, water supply, bridge replacement. This is one that we've done a lot of the baseline work, but after we completed all that base work, a lot of rain came down. So there were some impacts to the dam and the spillway, and also still most of the restored site is in good shape, but a little bit of erosion to the restoration area. If you remember, it was old dump site. We removed all the dump material and then replanted it with willows. So some of that did get eroded. So we will be going out and reevaluating what that damage was. The initial thoughts is this actually will not probably be a fish passage project, because the evaluation of the upstream habitat is not really valuable habitat, but it is a really good red-legged frog pond habitat, and it does provide water for the agricultural operation. So we'll probably be looking at a project to maintain that into the future and protect our restored area below the dam. And then the Parisma of the Sea Habitat Enhancement and Water Supply Improvement Plan. This is a plan, very scarce water resources in this area. So we're doing spring improvements, and then also in the future, pumping water around to disperse cattle grazing with different water sources. So, and this will work in conjunction with the fencing project that we're doing on Lobetus Creek. And then the Restoration Forestry Demonstration Project. This is our La Honda project. That's what this picture on the bottom is all about, is how do we grow big trees faster? That's the real simple way of putting it. It also involves a lot of our typical road restoration work and drainage improvements. The other, we have the conservation management unit for ponds in La Honda, but we also have one for a really disturbed former logging area that's still healing. And a lot of the work with the road, putting it to bed, and then also probably providing some access in there for restoration activities will be in that conservation management unit and trying to help heal that land. And then we'll have another project that's focused on second growth redwoods, also in La Honda, to really help speed up the growth of old growth. Let's see, and then Lower Turtle Pond. It's not in the open area, so it's not it's difficult to see, but if you're at the Sears Ranch parking lot area, Sears Ranch Road parking lot area, you can look down and see Turtle Pond. Usually when you see piles of turtles, like if you go to Golden Gate Park, they're invasive red-eared sliders. They're fun to look at, but they're not really contributing to our natural environment. This is a fantastic population of Western pond turtles, which is a species of concern. And literally you will see piles of them on the logs there. So again, one of those projects that we're improving a water resource for ag, for our grazing program, our conservation grazing program, but we're also helping out habitat for the turtles. I was a big Myrtle the Turtle fan when I was a kid, so this is a one that I really appreciate.
I was wondering where all that enthusiasm came from, because you really ramped it up.
And then, you know, one of the things that we have to do in getting prepared for the Lake Lucerne parcels acquisition in Cloverdale is really figure out how the Cloverdale Reservoir system works. So there's the diversion from Little Butano in the state park that then flows into Cloverdale, feeds two reservoirs that store water, that then flow into the Lake Lucerne Reservoir, that then feeds farmers out on the coast. So we're really looking at particularly this issue of how much water is coming from Little Butano and how much is coming from the surrounding watershed. This will really help us inform our habitat, our conservation management unit planning for San Francisco garter snake and red-legged frog, and for how we work with the Lake Lucerne Water Company. So just getting really good baseline information there. And I'll try to move through these a little bit. I know I'm probably going a little bit long, but I do want to emphasize that we have been and continue to really ramp up our fuel management work. So there's a general kind of catch-all project just to, and this is really, it's turned into ongoing work, but we wanted to have a special project just to capture that work so that we can track it well. Then there's the specific projects that are grant funded, like the Los Gatos Creek Watershed project. One part of that I really want to highlight, in Bear Creek Open Space Preserve, which is the area right below the old presentation center, was an old vineyard. There was lots of invasives, lots of brush, very high fuel loads, and it was preventing the forest from kind of regrowing there. So we went in and cleared everything except, you know, where there's patches of native vegetation or trees growing, those were left. Really dramatic difference, but we are going to actively be re-entering that area over the next 3 or 4 years to restore it to oak woodland. So really exciting project, again, restoring the habitat and then also reducing the fire danger at the same time. There's lots of treatments in Bear Creek and in areas of Sierra Azul. And of course, this is a broad scale multi-partner project. You may have seen signs if you go hiking at Sanborn Park of fuel work that they're doing there as well. The wildland fire capacity, we have already, some of the staffing that we've added has been funded by this grant. And this is particularly building up our resource management, our field resource management and fuels management crews. So we now have 2 positions, the field resource specialist, one in each area, our foothills and skyline area, with a lead open space technician that are leading these programs. And right now they're doing it with seasonals, which will be proposing additional seasonals for this summer program, as well as working with our existing crew and working with contractors. So this has really allowed us to ramp up. We also just got our first delivery of a remote control mower that will really help us on steep slopes and improve employee safety, because you're not out there doing it manually or sitting on a tractor with risk of flipping over or something like that. So really great work throughout. And then, of course, the prescribed fire program, we've gone through the environmental review for adding that on our wildland fire resiliency program. And then the next stage that we'll be moving into this next fiscal year is to actually develop 3 specific prescribed burn plans for specific areas, and then hopefully implementing it sometime in calendar, potentially this year, calendar 23 in the fall, or in next year in 24. And then let's see, what else did I got here? Oh, I just wanted to come back. We already talked about it in the grant section, but all the invasive weed treatment and restoration. This really has been done in 2 phases. We worked on the side to get ready to open up for public access, and did a lot of work, particularly on French and Scotch broom in that area, and got that ready for opening, and along with vinca vines growing up into the redwoods. And now we're working on the phase 2 area to get that ready for public access as well. So I think that's gets me to the end.
Oh,
Just in time.
great, thank you. Could you go back to the previous slide, Brian? Thank you. Right after the CZU fire, we were all about, we need to really step up our efforts on fire prevention. And so I remember at the time that grant money and other agency money was flowing and available, and we were getting it, but we were just limited on staff and just what we could do. And I was just wondering, we're now 2-3 years out from that. Could you just comment on how we doing as far as capacity to do an effective fire prevention program? Staff, internal versus external funding, and how are we doing moving forward?
So yeah, and money still seems to be out there, at least in the current round of grant applications. And as far as staff capacity, we haven't stopped applying for grants. We actually have some coming up. But we're just metering that to make sure that we have the capacity. The last thing you want to do is accept grant money and not follow through on completing the project. So we are making great progress on the currently awarded grants, and we are actively applying for additional grants to move forward into the future too. And like I said, there's the one grant that actually builds the capacity by paying for positions and equipment. So I think we're doing well. I think we have a lot further to go. Ideally, we would have full internal crews at some point to do. So there's 2 aspects of this, really for invasive plant treatment, which is part of fuels treatment, and for the big installation of big fuel breaks. So the initial installation of fuel breaks and the initial big pulse for doing invasive removal, a lot of that is contracting, but we need to build the internal capacity to do the maintenance. This will also be one of the major questions that the FOSM review is looking at. So we hope to have more information going forward. One of the questions that was posed to the consultant is, we do a lot of contracting for invasive plant management work and for fuel management work. What's the best balance for that? Should we bringing it more in internally? My general feeling is that for that full first pulse of work, contracting is good, For ongoing maintenance, it makes more sense to have internal crews and staffing to work on it.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Uh,
Yeah, oh, yes.
And Brandon Stewart, our land facilities manager, wants to add in that this is really his work, so.
Oh, would you like to, oh, you have a mic, okay.
I got a mic. Good afternoon, or I guess good morning. Brandon Stewart, Land and Facilities Manager. Just to dovetail off what Brian had mentioned, we've been thinking a lot about staff capacity and projects and how we're going to feed the pipeline and maintain the pipeline that we've already executed. And about 3 weeks ago, we actually had a strategic planning session here with all of my area managers and people from natural resources, people from GIS, to talk about what our 5-year game plan is. So we identified all of the next projects that we want to implement over the course of the next 5 years, which included grant projects that we've already applied for and secured, and what we want to move into beyond that for the next 3 years after that. Those are the new projects that we've identified. We mapped it all on a map. We handed that information into GIS, and now they've uploaded and secured all those polygons per preserve. The next step of the strategic planning process is to implement the maintenance portion. So all the work that we've done prior to launching the Wildland Fire Resiliency Program is now starting to come due. And so we're planning and programming for that. And then the work that we've completed in Thornwood here is identified. We're already seeing invasive weeds coming up through those areas. And so we're planning on how we're going to go in and do the maintenance. So the next session is going to be at the end of this month, where we take the maintenance portion, combine it with the new work, and then get a really clear understanding of the capacity that we're going to need in order to complete these types of projects. Thank you.
Yeah. Brandon, thank you for all your work on that. Let's see. Yes, Director Kirsten Tucker.
Yes, thank you. This myself over here, Jen. This is really just a request. When I look at all the line items pertaining to Cloverdale, particularly with regard to the road infrastructure, the water infrastructure, I'd really like to request that the board have an opportunity to see some of these things. I know we've just kind of driven around. So I understand that the resources are fragile and the roads are fragile, but if it gets a little drier at some point this year, I'd like to put that request in that we get an opportunity to take a look at some of these things.
Heard, and we'll look at planning. I can tell you it is a little wet because we did take a tour, myself and some of the staff, looking at the interim public access project to provide public access before we have parking lots and established trails and that sort of thing. And we got Craig Beckman dropped us off, and we ended up walking over the spillway to one of the Cloverdale reservoirs, and we had to wade through 8 inches of water, which is normally not even spilling at all. So very wet and muddy. Can't even access a lot of it. We did a lot of hiking in mud, but that would be a good tour sometime in late spring, early summer, something like that. And then the other thing is we are also planning on that public access component, which we'll probably have to wait a little longer than we anticipated for things to dry out, but that will be coming in the probably early summer.
I think it's the water resources, the reservoir and all that I'm most interested at this point, but
Yep.
There's lots to see out there for sure.
Yes, I agree. It was one of my best field days in a long time.
Don't mind mud.
Okay. Yes, Director Gleason.
Yeah, my question is also about Cloverdale, and there are these two projects, 47 and 48. The 47 is the ranch road realignment, and 48 is the more of a strategic road inventory and review. And it seems like 47 has two components. One is decommissioning, and then the other one is rebuilding. And I'm wondering, do we really know that we need to rebuild before we do that road inventory?
Yeah, so that's what we'll be taking a look at. So this is a particular, which we actually toured on Friday when we went out there, is a particular road that is part of the grazing leases access that goes right by not the main two reservoirs, but a secondary pond that is really important red-legged frog and San Francisco garter snake habitat. So we'd be looking at moving that. So we will look at alternatives, whether that road is necessary, but it does seem, the initial review of it, to be necessary for the grazing lease area access, but we would like to move it away from that pond.
Okay, just looking at the map, there are a lot of roads out there.
Yes, yeah, no, and very few of them, which again I can vouch for, are appropriate for long-term public access. We'll probably do some messaging when we do the interim access to say, hey, this is just the existing ranch roads. We'll provide some kind of easier opportunities that may be out and back, but if you want to do some of the loop stuff, it's going to be a tough hike.
Yeah, actually, my immediate concern is more about driving trucks and heavy equipment around, and you know, do we really need an alignment that rebuilds this particular piece that we want?
No, and we're in the midst of evaluating that, and I would imagine that we will not end up with all the maintained roads that are currently out there. Now, and they're not really a lot of heavy cut and fill. It's more just up and down kind of thing. So some of them you could just stop mowing, like a lot of the access on the western portion, the ungrazed portion, are just mowed trails. And there we'll probably just choose a few routes to get through there and limit that. And that's a normal process. We tend to get a property with a lot of ranch access. You know, the private owners, rancher just wants to be able to drive wherever they need to or want to get. And we're usually evaluating that and limiting the number of roads.
Okay, Director Holman?
I don't think I need to ask a question. Thank you.
Okay, let's see, I just had, well, my overall comment is it's a very, very ambitious and exciting list of projects. So congratulations and thanks to everyone working on it. So just one quick question on the Lehigh, which I know we've made huge progress on, is I did see that the DEIR for the Permanente Creek restoration is out. So just wondering if staff will have time to comment on that.
Yes, we will definitely be reviewing that and commenting on it as well. Yeah. No, and exciting development, right? That's been the last hurdle before going into the actual restoration work on the creek.
Yes, great. Okay, let's see, do we have any public comment? Madam Clerk? No public. Oh, there is one. Okay, great. Welcome to it's Dan. Yes. Oh, Dan Elstein. Okay, great. So yes. Well, welcome, and you've heard all our thanks already.
Yeah, that was a little embarrassing, but thank you. Yeah, thank you, directors. Nice to be here today. I'm Dan Olstein, Director of Land Stewardship at Peninsula Open Space Trust. Mostly wanted to come up and take the opportunity to express post appreciation for all of the leadership and work that MidPen is doing. I was going to wait until after the public access presentation, but I have to leave a little bit early, and so I wasn't sure if I was going to be around for that, and so thought I would take the opportunity to come up now. I've had a chance to review everything that's in the materials, and it's really impressive, both across, transactions, natural resources, and public access. As we highlighted in the letter, there's just so many areas of where we've been collaborating over years. And I just wanted to kind of highlight a few additional things. One, and I know you all know this, but to highlight, just in addition to just the partnership between Post and MidPen, it's been referenced a few times, the work going on within the Santa Cruz Mountain Stewardship Network. And that is really, an important source and just a great place where we're able to collaborate regionally in continuing to do our work together. Participation in regional trail planning, on forest health planning, fire resiliency, some of these emerging issues that really take regional solutions. MidPenn's been a very active participant in that and a real, partner and leader for all of us working on these issues. I wanted to mention, just in what Brian just presented there, some of the work that you all have been doing around science is really benefiting broadly the region and helping us answer questions across all of our land. So that's also really, important. Wildlife connectivity and understanding the impacts of where we're putting trails on wildlife and all of that. So the really thoughtful approach that you all take to that. We wish the answers would come sooner, but we know to do it right, it takes time. Our continued coordination with Mike and Alan and their team on the transactions. It's it's been a long, hard process, and we're really appreciative of the cooperation and collaboration and working on the continued transfer and then ultimate management of the coastal ranches and figuring out those complicated issues as we're working towards that. And just the broader coordination on agriculture and farmland protection. We're eager and looking forward to seeing the farmland or agricultural policy get completed. And I know that's an important thing that'll be helpful for guiding our partnership and additional collaborations going forward. I think that was most of what I wanted to touch on. It's great, to be able to come and reflect on all the work that we've done together over the last year, and then think about all the exciting work that we've got to do going forward. So thank you.
Very good timing. Well, please carry our thanks back to the whole staff at Post. Yes, truly we couldn't.
President Kishimoto, we don't have any virtual comments. We have received written comments and those will be forwarded to the board.
Okay, great. Any last comments? If not, we're 15 minutes into what was allocated as our lunch. So we have 30 minutes left. Is that sufficient for everyone? Yes. Okay. So a very exciting full morning has passed and lunch period, and we'll reconvene at 12:30. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, I think we have largely reassembled. Welcome back to our meeting. So I will call us back to order. And I think we're ready to start our next section. So welcome to our Assistant General Manager.
It's on. All right. So we're ready. Again, I'm Susanna Chen, Assistant General Manager. I will cover the public access education and outreach program. We have an equally exciting public access program as the Natural Resources Protection Program. I'm not sure I can mimic Brian's enthusiasm, but I will try. The program has a total of 36 projects, including 9 new projects and 27 continuing projects. And I will start with highlighting projects that support regional trail efforts. Start with the Highway 35 multi-use trail crossing and parking project. Recently, you have the opportunity to visit the project site and you have a firsthand experience understanding the scope of the project, the challenges, and the importance of this project. And this project will look at installing a crossing over Highway 35, connecting projects that currently being implemented by the San Francisco Public Utility Commission for the Ridge Trail extension and connecting that trail to our Purisima Reserve. As part of that project, we will also be looking into expanding the existing North Ridge parking area capacity to accommodate this future needs. The project it's well underway. Sorry about that. It's a little technical difficulty. The presentation wasn't showing on Zoom, but now it is. So I will continue with my presentations. Talking about our Highway 35 multi-use trail crossing and parking project. And I was mentioning that our project is well underway. We have completed a lot of technical studies. We are ready to bring the opportunity and constraint analysis report to our Planning and Natural Resources Committee in actually next month. Once we get feedback from our PNR, we will continue with the work in FY24. We'll look at the layout of the project and bringing all those information eventually back to the board for your directions. We're hoping that we can move into environmental review of this project in FY25 and move into implementation beyond FY25. So very exciting project and important projects in terms of regional connections. The next project I want to highlight is the Middle Stevens Creek Trail Connections. This project fulfills one of our Measure AA commitment, Measure AA Portfolio 12. We are committed to support our neighboring cities to advance Stevens Creek Trail, the middle portion, which is outside of our land holding. But there's still a lot of exciting works happening. Recently, you received a memo to provide you with updates on our work in this area. We will continue with that work. We will be helping our partner to secure some land rights to potentially connect, filling a gap in the middle section of Stevens Creek Trail. So work will continue into FY24. The next project is, and I want to also mention that the Middle Stevens Creek Trail Connection Project is a supporting project. Supporting projects meaning projects that does not really require budget, however, require a lot of staff time or a lot of coordination internally and externally. So the Middle Stevens Creek Trail Connection Project is one of those projects. Another supporting projects that worth mentioning here is the regional trails and active transportation access to open space planning coordination. This project captures our work coordinating with our partners to advance regional trail efforts. One of the examples is that we are participating in the post-led Bay to Sea Trail project, and they are leading that effort, but we are providing technical support and staff time to participate in the development of that, that plan. Another example is that we also a post-led project to look at the gaps along the coastal trail. Our staff also participating in that effort, and all those work is capturing under this supporting project. The next one is Purisima to the Sea Trail. You also have a recent opportunity to tour the site. You also understand this is another very important regional trail projects that we are working on. Right now, we are in feasibility study phase. We're looking at trail alignment. We're looking at parking options and also the crossing options over Highway 1 and the county road. We're hoping that we will wrap up the feasibility study phase this fiscal year, and we will move into implementation in the next 3 years, FY24 and FY26. When we move into implementation, the project is actually going to divide it into 3 projects. The first one, this here, is the trail connection. This project will focusing on implementing the trail portion of that project. It will be led by our land and facility staff. And we also gonna look at separate projects to develop the parking area. It will be mentioned later on in my presentation. And the third project is gonna be led by our planning department to look at updating the comprehensive use and management plan of for the preserve to include the trail project, the parking lot projects, and some of the other natural resource improvement projects. And that planning will also lead the sequel review of all the implementation projects. Another project on the list is the Alpine Road Regional Trail, and you are very familiar with that project. We have completed some of the work. We'll continue with the projects in the next fiscal year. Some of the work will be done by contractor to build retaining walls for us, and then some of the work will be done in-house with a trail crew to construct a bypass, the reroute of existing bypass trail. So all those work we anticipate will be done in FY24. The next projects I want to highlight, again, also supporting the Stevens Creek Trail Connection. This is a project focusing on the upper portion of the Stevens Creek Trail, will be within the land holding that belong to the district and county parks. We will be working closely with Santa Clara County Park on this project. Because it's a partnership project, we have to make sure both agencies are ready to move into this project. We're happy to report that we have agreement with Santa Clara County Park that we will be able to start the planning of this project in FY24. The project will go through the normal trail planning and permitting and construction process. It will take a few years, but we will be working on that the next 3 years with dedicated resources to advance that project. The next one is also a very big one. It's the Highway 17 crossing. Brian mentioned the Highway 17 wildlife crossing. Here it's for the trail crossing. The Highway 17 project actually has 3 parts. It includes the wildlife crossing, the trail crossing, also trail connection leading to the trail crossing. We are currently in environmental review phase of 3 parts of this project, and we advancing them at the same time. We are hoping that we will be able to finish at the environmental review phase of this project by later of this year. That will allow us to move into developing the construction document, permitting, and thinking about construction of this Highway 17 projects. I want to mention here that once we complete the CEQA process or the NEPA process of this Highway 17 project, we will actually turn the project, the construction portion of the project to Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, because they are the agencies that has the experience to construct such a large-scale transportation project. We will continue to be the project sponsor. We will fund the construction of the project and working closely with them to complete this Highway 17 project. So here again, the first one mentioned here is the trail crossing project. And then the next one under that is the connection piece of this project. As part of that connection piece, we will be advancing one of the connections within our El Sereno Preserve. That is the Spooky Note Trail. And the reason that we are able to advance that project into design and construction in the next couple of years is because we received $400,000 grant fund to advance that specific segment of the connecting trail. So we'll be working on that the next few years. And then the last one I want to mention here under the regional trails is the California riding and hiking trails. This project, just a little bit background about this project. The California riding and hiking trails was first envisioned by the state in 1945. And there's some easement that were retained by the state as part of that effort. But the trail was never realized. So the state is holding some of the easement that we may be interested in transfer over. So we've been looking at some of the segments that are appropriate for us and also providing connection between our preserve and county land in the Russian Ridge and La Honda area. And it will be working closely with the state and also the property owners that those easements are on the next year or so. And hopefully we can eventually transfer those easements that are appropriate to us to the district. So I'm going to start right here. I covered all the projects that I want to highlight that support the regional trail efforts. And I want to see if you have any questions.
Questions? Yes. So yeah, Director Riffle.
Sure. Suzanne, I'm not sure if this is the right, I have a question about the La Honda Creek central area trails. Is that part of this section? Or
It will come later.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will defer.
Let's see. Well, I have a question then. So I'm very excited to see a lot of these projects come forward. So I just wanted to ask, kind of how to interpret the budget numbers, for example. So like, for example, the Middle Stevens Creek, you mentioned it's a supporting one.
Right.
And
This is number 70, is that
uh,
row
item
70?
Item 70, right. So it's a supporting project, and I understand one of our, Midpenn's largest contributions might be just our planning and other technical supports. But if we do identify some capital improvements, is that
may
these
come-
kind of placeholders or?
Right. Well, I think that may come later, because keep in mind, this is just our plan for the next 3 years.
Mhm.
And our plan for that specific project for the next couple years is to offer our technical expertise
Mhm.
to how secure the land rights
Okay.
for that connection.
Yeah.
So that would be primarily just staff time, and
Mm.
I don't anticipate we will be providing any
Any funding?
contribution, cost
Yeah.
contribution to that connections.
Okay.
So that is why it's 0 right now. But
Mm.
if in the future there's projects that we can identify that it's consistent with the Measure AA criteria
Yeah.
that then the board approved, and then it will reflect on the budget.
Okay. Okay. Great. All right. I think that might be my only question, but yes, yeah, very excited to see them move forward. Thank you. Okay. And yes, and you have a few other slides on this.
Yes,
topic,
I
yes.
have 3 more.
3 more. Okay.
4 more.
Okay.
Ready
Yes.
to
think
move
so.
on? Okay. All right. So my next group of projects that I want to highlight are those projects that expand public access at our preserve. So the first one I want to talk about is the Long Ridge Parking Feasibility Study. And I want to talk about this project together with the one further down, the Long Ridge Trail connection to Eagle Rock and Devil Canyon. So actually the trail project first, that is MAA priority project. It's also on our 5-year MAA project list. And the project we're looking at providing a connection a little bit off Highway 35 to Eagle Rock and Devil Canyon. Both of them are very scenic destination within Long Ridge Preserve. So we'll be working on that connections during the next 3 years. And because the destinations are going to be very attractive, we know that it's going to be popular, and we wanted to look at providing parking accommodations in this area. And that's why we have that Long Ridge Parking Feasibility Study to look at parking, trailhead, and maybe restroom facility in the area. So those 2 are companion projects we'll be working on. And then the next one is Purisima to the Sea parking. As I mentioned earlier, this is part of the implementation of the Purisima to the Sea feasibility study. We have the trail project, and this one is focusing on parking to develop the parking options that ultimately will be selected by the board when we bring that to you later this fiscal year. The next one is Hawthorne's area plan. And the Hawthorne's area plan is a comprehensive use and management plan for the Hawthorne's area to provide guidance for natural resources, cultural resources, land management, and also public access for the area. So the work is also well underway. We have been working on this for the last couple years, and we have great coordination and public engagement on this project. It's a high interest project, a lot of public interest. We are at the point that we'll be able to bring the opportunity and constraint analysis to our planning and resources committee in the next couple months. And we will be also bringing the public access framework and also the formation strategy for a public access working group to our PNR to get their input, because we know that it's going to be a lot of interest on developing public access at this location, and then we want to make sure that the public's inputs are all considered as we develop the public access portion of that area plan. Our hope is that we'll be able to complete the area plan process by the end of this 3-year CIAP timeframe. So by FY26, so we will be able to adopt that area plan. All right. The next one, I talk about the Long Ridge Trail connection already, and the next one is the Kennedy Trailhead parking area improvement. Just a little bit background, especially for the 2 new board members. We originally just wanted to replace an existing porta potty at this trailhead to meet ADA requirement. We wanted to put it in a permanent ADA compliance restroom. As we planned that project, we heard a lot of concerns from the neighbors. Their concerns of more about parking, less about the work that we were planning to do to replace the restroom. The existing parking lot is very small. It's only like 3 parking space there. By putting a ADA compliance restroom, we have to put in also ADA compliance parking space that will take up 2 of the 3 parking spaces available over there. So that triggers the concern. But in general, there's always the concerns about parking because the limited on-site parking, and it's a pretty popular trail, and parking just overflows into the neighborhood. So apparently, the district has long desired to put a larger parking area at this trailhead, and there's room to do it. There's a flat area that we can put maybe 20 parking spaces there. We tried it years ago, but the neighbors didn't support that effort. They feel that having a larger parking area will means more traffic into their area. But that sentiment has changed. Now they probably recognize that people will come anyway, and having a larger parking area may address some of the concerns, some of the problems that they experience. So it appears that we have some support now to explore a larger parking area at this location. And based on that, we paused our ADA projects, and now we bring about a planning projects to allow us to work with the neighbors to develop some options to put in a larger parking area at this location. So this is what this project is about. And then the last one that I want to highlight here on this slide is the Montebello Black Mountain Trail extensions. And this project will utilize an existing easement that we have with Lehigh Quarry that will allow us to build parallel trails to the existing Black Mountain Trail, which is very steep, and utilizing that easement will allow us to design and build a trail that have more gradual slopes. And it parallel to the existing Black Mountain Trail and also the Montebello Road. Yes. So also very exciting projects. Okay, so I'm going to pause here and see if you have any questions on the projects I just highlight.
Okay, let me, Director Gleason then.
Yeah, just quickly, I think that the Kennedy project is a good example of, being a good neighbor, right? And working with people and, not forcing it on them, but maybe waiting until they saw the problem. And cars really pile up the steep street across there, and it's kind of a mess. I did have a question about Black Mountain. Is the idea to retire the road or to keep
No.
the road as well?
No, it's going to be a parallel trail that we'll be building. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes, Director Riffle.
Great, thanks. Can I ask my La Honda question now?
Yeah.
Great. First of all, just a comment observation. I am so happy to see the amount of work that we're going into the parking. As much as I don't want to pave over paradise, if you know what I mean, we are so underparked, and I'm really happy that we're now trying to get ahead of that. I mean, Kennedy Road is a great example of something that should have been done a long time ago. So thumbs up on that. With that said, I'm a little disappointed though that we're not moving faster on the La Honda Creek Central area. I'm happy to see that we are going to be having trails through there, right? Which is, I think, row number 77. Did I get that right? I think it's 77, yeah. But if you go on to 81, it almost looks like we're not, during this CIAP, we're still not going to be making any more access to that central area. And just one quick comment on this. I'm a little bit concerned as that is a long hike from Sears Ranch up to, if you will, Allen. I mean, our two access areas, and such a beautiful area, and we've had that preserved in planning for a long time. So I'm a little disappointed that we're not moving faster.
If you allow me, the next slide, I will talk about the projects that we are planning for introducing public access to the central part of the preserve.
Okay.
So we are working on that.
Fair enough.
And then also related to that, Susanna, when you talk about it, construction or on the ground implementation, which is part of line item number 81, was that right?
81.
Yeah, 81
Yeah.
is tied to line item 64. Because there is still some additional feasibility work that is happening between now and then.
Right.
So it's sort of
I
a
see.
two-part process, and if you can discuss that as you describe the project.
Yeah, I
further.
will. Yeah.
Mhm.
If there's no more questions on this slide, I will move on.
There's one more question. Dr. Holman.
Well, it's not. It's only partly to this slide. Is it okay to deviate?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. A couple of things. One may seem like a small thing, but maybe it's not. I just don't know. So we've talked about with some of the parking lots where maintenance is going to be an issue, to use maybe permeable concrete, but tinted. And so I'm wondering if that's built into the budgeting, and because my prior experience some time back with other stuff, I understood that tinting concrete was pretty darn expensive. So is that being accounted for and planned? And because I don't know if it's like a minor thing, don't worry about it, or if it really is, as I was told some time ago, that it's a really expensive thing to tint concrete. And we are talking permeable concrete here.
Right. So those level of detail will be investigated and studied and weighed as we develop the project and doing the detailed designs. I understand your comment, like more general, that we now are looking at, as we plan our parking area, we're looking at more long-term maintenance. And now some of the parking area, we are considering the more permanent service to allow us to reduce the long-term maintenance. And as part of that, the trade-off is something like you said, that may be more expensive for the upfront installations, but it will potentially reduce our long-term maintenance costs. So as we design the project, and we often looked at the life cycle costs. So we looked at the initial implementation and also look at long-term maintenance costs, and to weight what is the most feasible options to the district. So that will be part of that calculation and evaluations.
And just to add to that, when we are ready to come back with some ideas or options for the board to consider, we would bring those to you, because permeable concrete has certain upfront costs and downstream costs that the board would have to consider as compared to other options. So we would present those to you at that time.
The other thing it has is concrete, and I have no reason to think that permeable concrete is any different. there are also the climate impacts of creation, manufacture, and transport of concrete. So I'm hoping that we'll look at that broad range of things because we are an environmental organization after all. And understand that that's probably too much detail for now, but so thank you for that. Oh, when it comes back to just a thumbs, putting a pin in this, when it comes to striping parking lots, we can look at some alternative designs for how to do that too, that are more sensitive to the context. So that's for later.
Yeah.
Numbers 1. Numbers 114 and 135. One thing is, and there's not a really great match here, but they're listed as this is Hawthorne's historic complex, and it's listed as goal 4, objective 5. It seems to me that goal 2 and objective 5 would also be applicable. There's not a great fit here when it comes to the potential for education, but and interpretation, but that's as close as I could come.
Okay.
There's and you can help me understand here, there's not much money assigned to that, and I understand this is not the implementation, number 114. And even 135 is not the implementation. But what was my question? I had a question which is totally gone now. Totally gone now, so sorry about that.
Okay.
And I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I'd asked about this earlier and glad to see it's on the list, is the Fremont Older roof replacement. I think it's a replacement, not repair. Glad to see that is on there because when I was there like 4 years ago, it was really needing work. I think, but I'm not sure. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's an historic structure, so I don't know if there's that consideration. It's not mentioned here. So I hope that that gets brought into consideration. And then that's number 141 is the Fremont Older roof replacement. There may be other things that need to be repaired too. The house was looking like it needed some effort.
Okay.
123, which is the Historic Resources Procedural Guide and Library. It says that it's completed, but I don't think, I would like to see it. I don't think the board's ever seen it. And my understanding is last time that this came up, it was only addressing the inhabited buildings. But we have a slew of barns and other kinds of things too that also seems to me should be on this list, so we know how to manage, protect, preserve, dispatch, whatever. Because otherwise they get taken over by nature or critters, and then it becomes kind of a foregone conclusion almost that it's too expensive to rehab. So it's like a vicious circle. And I don't think, my personal view is I don't think it's a responsible circle, because we do have, all kinds of comments in our mission, vision, policies, whatever, about cultural resources. So that's number 123.
Okay.
So it says it's done, but
No,
I don't
yeah,
think
well,
we've ever seen it.
Actually, the scope says 24, they're going to complete it.
Well, it says
Fiscal year 24.
well, it says project completed in prior fiscal years under,
that's in
that's
25.
25. That's under 25. Okay, sorry. You're right. So is there an update on that?
Susanna, would you like
Yes.
me to update?
Yes. So just let me make a couple comments. So all the questions that you have on those projects, it actually belong to our 4 programs that is Brian is going to cover. But however, we're going to take them now. I will ask Jane to answer
You can wait till.
That's
Brian.
fine. That's fine. We'll ask Jane to answer the historic resource procedural guide questions first, and then you have a couple questions about the Hawthorne's historic complex. So we adjust that later. Jane, you want to go home?
And also the Fremont House, older house. Okay. Good afternoon, Jane Mark, planning manager. So let me answer the Fremont older house. You are correct. It is designated as a national resource, historic resource. Actually, staff is working on securing a historic consultant to help us prepare a DPR 523 form for historic documentation of that house. There isn't one done for that house yet. So we're mindful of that.
And the
Related,
review- and the review for that would be, do you have to go to the county or not? Or just a county?
the
planner?
Fremont Older House is actually not listed on the county's heritage resource inventory.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, I just recently checked it as of last week.
Hmm.
So it's not on the inventory. There is, of course, a very engaged and like process to go through a listing and designation of a historic resource through Santa Clara County's historic preservation ordinance process.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we should try to get it listed. I just want to make sure that, you know, we're following what needs to happen to make sure that the new roof and it's mentioned other structural things, that that's done according to the Secretary's standards.
That's right. Staff is working with Land and Facilities to ensure that the Secretary of Interior standards are being followed for the
Great.
treatment of the historic property.
Super, thank you.
Thank you. The other question was our historic resource procedural guide. That is already completed. And it is actually referred to by many of our departments in engineering, construction, land and facility staff, whenever they are needing to do any type of maintenance or repair or any kind of structural improvements to historic structures. It covers structures that are vacant as well. I believe your question was whether or not it addressed structures that are not being used currently.
Yeah, I had understood recently that it didn't cover buildings that weren't inhabited.
It didn't cover, not to my knowledge. It does address structures that are vacant. We do have a database that staff has been working on that is collecting information on vacant structures as well as non-vacant structures in terms of whether historic assessments have been conducted on those structures. It's a really good database and it includes maps on where these historic resources are located in our Midpen preserves.
And is that accessible?
It's not open to the public for access, but I'm sure General Manager Ruiz can share how we can show that information to our board.
Is that something that the board is interested? It's an inventory of the structures for which we have existing historic resource surveys for. So it's not everything. As we continue to do work out on the lands and we issue new requests for resource survey work and assessments, that information is getting populated into our GIS database. So for the records that we currently have on paper, that is being transferred into the GIS.
Yeah, would like to see it. And then there's a list, I would presume then, of buildings that yet have to be evaluated, right?
Well, there is a list of vacant structures that Land and Facilities and Engineering Construction have been maintaining. These are properties that we've acquired over time with structures and that we have to address historic evaluations and future disposition of. So there is a running list of those types of structures.
So it sounds like it's maybe we can meet with you separately then. It sounds like it's a unique interest of yours that we can meet with you separately on.
Well, I don't want to speak for her, but I think Dr. Kishimoto is probably interested too, but I'll speak for myself. But yeah, I definitely am. And if it's available online, that's easiest probably. But
It's not on a public portal. It's internal, the database.
But I mean, well, I understand that, but I mean, you could email me something. So anyway, thank you for that. And then Hawthorne's.
Do you want to talk
Yeah,
about that?
Yes, I would talk about that. So the Hawthorne's Historic Complex, there's some actually exciting work that it's being done now. The board approved the project to look at the conditions of all the existing structures within the historic complex. And that's what we've been working on. And we have completed the assessment and now we have some good data on those structure and the different options to either disposition or be used of the structure. So we have some data. We are in the process of looking at potential options for those structures. And once we develop those options, I will be actually sharing those options with the town and also the potential partners, and to get some feedback from them. Eventually, we will bring those options to the board for your direction, for your feedback and directions. And we think that work's it's happening now. It's probably gonna extend into FY24, the first couple quarters. But we set up a project here that will allow us to carry on once the board make the direction, provide us direction on how to proceed. Then this project here, the Hawthorne's Historic Complex Partnership, will allow us to spend time to work with the potential partner on the on those structures, regardless of the direction that the board will provide. So that is the purpose of that project. And then there's a separate one that you mentioned. It's related. So we anticipate some of the structure, the board will ask us to go work with the partner to see how we can reuse and repurpose those structures. And maybe some of the structures that in the conditions that require removal or rehab work, that we will have a separate projects that our engineering construction department will lead to follow the board's direction on those structure. So right now that project doesn't have any budget because we just don't know the board's directions on the specific structures. So, but we have a placeholder for the work.
And you'll let us know when the next community meetings are regarding the Hawthorns? Because there's going to be outreach to potential partners and all that sort of thing. So
yes. Yeah, if we have public engagement work related to the Hawthorne Historic Complex, we definitely invite the board to listen in, and you will, like I said, you will have the opportunity. We'll bring those information to you, and you will have the opportunity to review and provide feedback.
that's great. So I went to the earlier public meeting in Portola Valley, and there was a lot of interest in that complex.
Right. And I want to point it out that the Hawthorne's Historic Complex work is separate from the Hawthorne's area plan. We're moving forward with the the area plan. The Hawthorne's Historic Complex work will inform the area plan, but it's two parallel projects that we're working on.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Director Gleason.
Yeah, before I forget, thank you for the captions on the pictures. Yes, and Director Holman brought up concrete and tinting, and one thing I had been wondering about was at Bear Creek, when you come out of the parking lot, there's the path around the pond there. The path is covered in, I think, sort of a tinted and textured concrete. It sort of looks like yellow sand but if you look closely, I think it is actually concrete. But then you turn to the right into the Alma College area, and it's kind of bare concrete. I'm wondering, is that the type of decision that does that get discussed here, or how are those decisions made?
Jay, do you want to take these questions? I think Jay, you go ahead first.
Jay Lin, Engineering and Construction Manager. For Bear Creek, the path around the pond, you're right, it's a colored concrete material. It's granitecrete. And that decision was, I believe, made at the board level, because we did use a similar product at Mount Aluminum, which I think everybody liked. And I believe that product was at least shown to the PNR committee. I don't think that was made at the board level, but at the PNR committee level, I believe that was looked at, and a consensus was made at that level. And same with Alma. That is a lot of details that the full board may not want to get involved with, which is partially why the PNR committee was created to kind of vet out those details. And all the material and a lot of the detail was talked about during PNR.
Okay.
One last really quick thank you is, I don't know if this is in response to public input or if it was on the radar anyway, but the Fremont Older parking lot improvements, and it includes circulation. So thank you.
Okay, so yes, one more slide on coming up.
Yes.
Okay,
If you're ready, I can move on to the next
yes,
slide.
please.
All right. Okay, so continue with projects that expanding public access and district preserve. And on this slide, I will actually group those projects by preserve. And the two preserve that we are pretty active and have a lot of projects associated with the La Honda Preserve and then the Redwood, the Bear Creek Redwood Preserve. So start with the La Honda Creek Preserve. The first project I want to highlight is the La Honda Creek parking and trailhead access, a feasibility study, and secret review. So a little background on that one. Between 2019 and 2020, the board convened a public access working group to help the district to identify options to bring public access to the central portion of the preserve, and that's currently not open. And the working group was made up of community members throughout the district, and they did a fantastic job helping the district identify options. And the board accepted their recommendation at the conclusion of the working group process. And this project is to really build on the work that they did and to look at those options, so to evaluate if those options are feasible, and a lot of technical study and put into that evaluations. And we're making good progress. At the last end of last year, we presented the opportunity and constraints analysis report to PNR, and they provided some feedbacks to us. And we're now working on developing some conceptual plans for the area, for some of the options, and we'll eventually bring those options to the full board for your guidance and directions. So that will provide hopefully public access to the middle and essential part of La Honda Creek Preserve. And we are hoping that we can complete that feasibility study by FY25. And as Anna mentioned, so we already have a project that is on our 3-year CIAP that will be as a placeholder to implement the feasible option as a result of the feasibility study. And the next question, next projects that I want to highlight that in La Honda Creek is the La Honda parking area, south area. This is a new project that we just added to our CIAP, and the project will look at a new parking area on the south ridge of the preserve that is consistent with the master plan for La Honda Creek Preserve. And the study area is off Highway 85, just across from the former event center. To 84. Thank you. So and then the last one I wanted to talk about is the La Honda Creek Phase 2 Trail Connection projects. And this project implements the part of the Phase 2 trail network as envisioned in the master plan. So this project will provide a trail connecting the lower part of the preserve to the middle part, and then also the upper part of the preserve. And this project provides kind of the trail connections that connecting in the middle part of the preserve. And the first projects I mentioned, the parking and trailhead access will provide hopefully some access point that of of Highway 84 to allow us to access to like the Red Barn area and then also the central part of the preserve and connecting to the phase 2 trails that are being constructed as part of the third projects that I'm mentioning right now. So the project is also well into the process. We completed all the technical studies. We are in the final stage of finalizing the trail alignment and getting ready to submit the permits to permitting agencies. And we are hoping that we will be able to complete the permitting process in FY24. Construction of those trails will start in FY25.
Yeah, sorry to, yeah, I was just kind of keeping an eye on time, and you know, it is important to cover the topic and questions, but we keep an eye on time, and if we need to, we can go over a little bit maybe, but
okay, so I will move faster. And then the next group of projects is related to Bear Creek Redwood Preserve. We have the phase 2 trails that will implement the visions of the preserve plan for Bear Creek Redwoods, and work is well underway as well. Our crew has completed some of the trail segments, and there's a construction project that is gonna come before you to complete some of the trail elements like bridge installation, culvert replacement, retaining wall installations. And concurrently, we heard some comments from the community about the potential use between equestrian and mountain bikers, and we will be doing some stakeholder engagement to get feedback from them, and we have some options for them to weigh in, and then we will bring those back to you for guidance as well. So also a lot of work happening with that phase 2 trail projects. And then the last one is a north parking lot projects that we are working on as part of the visions of the preserve plan. We will be building one more parking area for this preserve. The location of the parking area is off Bear Creek Road, kind of midway between Highway 17 and the Alma College parking area. So we are starting that. We already started that project and going through the normal parking area development process. So we will be reaching out to our stakeholders soon, and we will be going through some of the technical study, and also hopefully because this parking area is already envisioned in the preserve plan, we hopefully do not have to go through the full CEQA process, and then we can move into construction within the 3-year CIAP window.
okay, yes, question? Let's see, well, sorry, Dr.
Okay.
Riffle.
Very quick. So thank you for moving both of these preserves along at the same time. At one time it was one or the other, and usually it was Bear Creek versus La Honda, but
yeah,
we're trying to keep them together. So thank you for that. Number one. Number two, I'm concerned about this new La Honda parking area south area. And I think that's trying to understand what the event center could or should versus do we need to be thinking about something else. I really would like the opportunity for the board to weigh into that before we spend a lot of staff time looking at some other place to park. Only because I think it's Director Sear and I think we're the only ones still on the board when we acquired the event center, and some of the what I felt is some commitments we made to the public as far as the use of the event center that I'm feeling like we're moving away from, and I'd really like to have a discussion before we go too far with that.
Okay, I think we're taking notes. So we will.
Yes. Okay, yeah, Dr. Kirsten Tucker.
Yes, I just want to, sorry, I'm going to choke. I want to just reinforce what Director Ripple said. I think there are a number of thorny policy issues pertaining to this whole south area that the board needs to weigh in on. So, okay, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Director
Will do.
Gleason.
Yeah, I was wondering, with respect to the Honda Creek and Bear Creek Phase 2 trail system plans, is there something that's going to come, even an informational item that will come before the PNR or the board, where we can weigh in on things like user experience and trail surfaces and trail widths and all this?
So I'm gonna look to Brian if you want to weigh in
Yeah, sure.
on that.
So we did not plan to have a board check-in, so the current, development of trails connecting the upper and lower area is based on the master plan trails alignment, and will utilize existing road and then new construction. So the new construction will be our standard narrow trail with reduced grade, and we're eliminating as much of the road, steep road grades as feasible. So that's the plan that we are proceeding on. There was, because the board had already given approval for the master plan, and then, of course, we'll come with any contracts that needed to come before the board. Like we just recently brought the biological survey for segments of the new trail construction that the board approved back in February or January. So any contracts would come, but no, further approval of the trail alignment is planned.
Okay, yes, Director Sear.
Excuse me, in terms of that, I found reading through the materials, an element that I had not encountered before, and that was the whole problem of construction on lands that are deemed agricultural. And that certainly alters my sense right now of, it looked like a wonderful spot. It was already used. They run rodeos and, got cars parked and trailers parked and everything else. But to then go into construction is a different balancing act, apparently. And so I appreciate all the effort that's gone into that. I also, while I've got the mic, really appreciate the numbers. Hey, this is on line X. It really makes a difference. It saves me hours of flipping back and forth. So thank you very much.
Okay, I have kind of a comment on this too, but I might wait for, see if there's any public comment. But are you finished with your presentation?
I have one more slide.
Okay.
There's probably this
I
one
can
and
go
a
really
couple
fast.
more, a couple more slides to cover for public access.
Okay.
I think, yes, I have this slide, and then I have a couple maps I want to show you.
Okay, why don't we wait for that, and I'll see if there's any public comment.
Okay, so how about this? I can go really quick on this one. The multimodal access project and the Rancho you're very familiar with. Right now we're focusing on the low cost or no cost shuttle program, or the subsidized rideshare program evaluations. So we'll be bringing some information to PNR for their direction for next step. And that's what we're focused on right now. And Purisima multimodal access that you just approved the plan. It gives us the green line to implement the recommendation in the plan, and then we proceed with that. And I can skip the trail information system or the trail junction numbering, those projects that we are undertaking to try to improve our information sharing with our visitors. So to improve their visitation experience. So I will skip that. I just wanted to touch on a little bit about the Bear Creek Stable projects. Just want to give you a heads up. As you know, we've been working really hard to try to get the use permit for maintenance and repair work that we wanted to do at the stable, but there's a lot of challenges getting the permit. We are actually at the decision point that we need the board's guidance on how to respond to fire marshal's requirement for a commercial fire suppression system at the locations. So we will be bringing that item back to you at your next meeting, and you will have the opportunity to hear some background, the challenges that we have faced, and some of the options that we want you to weigh in. So more to come. And then the barrier, ADA barrier removal project, it's a program, it's a 15-year program. We've been systematically remove ADA access barriers that identify within our facilities. And 4 years into the program, we are doing quite well. We are 40% complete over a 15-year program. So we just continue with our work. So, any comments and your questions here? No. All right. Okay. So now I want to show you a map. And this map really provides a good summary of what we have accomplished since the Measure AA was approved in 2014. It summarized the miles trails that we constructed and for public use, the areas that we opened to the public since 2014, and also the parking area we constructed. The map also gives you a little bit of look ahead, and you can see that some of the work that we planned is going to go into construction for the next 3 years, and also some of the work that we are planning, we are scoping, and getting permits for the next 3 years. So I just want to give you a moment to take a look at this map. Okay. This is just part of it. Give you a couple minutes, look at it, and I will move to the next one.
Yeah, just a quick comment on, is there a way that we can incorporate these maps into either the Measure AA page or some reporting out on that?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yeah. Yes, great.
Okay. Any questions on the maps and all the projects that I mentioned earlier?
I'd just like to thank you for putting these together. This is very helpful.
You're welcome. Credit to Brian's and a lot of project managers and our GIS groups.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah. So, and indeed, your list of very exciting projects is delivered. So thank you so much. Yeah. So let me see if there's any quick questions from the board, or is there any public comment?
President Kishimoto, we do not have any virtual comments.
Okay. And I did want to note that, yeah, we did receive an earlier public comment earlier about the public access, about trails. And actually these last two maps, I think, would have answered, one of his main questions, the person who answered the question. Yeah. And so that's, yeah, actually, I don't know if we have his email, but yeah, maybe we can get back to him on that. I was wondering, I mean, since we have been getting more questions about trails, whether there should be a general, some kind of a board workshop on trails, like there's been questions about trail standards and such, but is that something that the board would be interested in?
So obviously I'm interested in trails. I think that, one concern I have is that there was actually a lot of communication and a pretty clear promise around Measure AA. We have there's a lot of information out there that said Midpen will add 200 miles of trails to the trail system. And I think this information helps us understand where we are and where we're going. But I think if you look at it, there's still a shortfall relative to where we would have needed to be if we were on track to complete that. So I think that's one thing, and you hear that reflected in the public comments. And then the other one is sort of about the user experience. And I think one thing that's going on is, in a lot of cases when we have roads in our system, the things that we do to enhance the sustainability of roads work against user experience. And the things that we do to enhance sustainability of natural surface, purpose-built trails work towards usability or towards user experience. And I think that's a sort of a fundamental issue that we deal with. And people are trying to do the right thing to limit damage out in the trail system. But a lot of times when it's on roads, it's actually working against the usability of the system and the user experience. So that's one other thing that I hear coming through in the public comments. And it's a thing that I feel myself. I've spoken to Brian about some particular places. I think it would be good if we have more discussion about this. And that's actually why I was asking about Bear Creek and La Honda Creek, because those are the big trail system developments that we're working on now. And I don't actually want to derail things, right? I don't want to come in here and say, no, you need to stop and we need to rethink all this. I don't think that's the right thing to do. But there might still be differences that we could make if we really talk about, well, what types of trail surfaces are we talking about? And if we're using an old road alignment, at what width are we using it, right? You saw it at San Vicente Redwoods. There's a place where we were on a road, but it doesn't really look like a road, right? It's kind of a narrow pathway through the forest. And if you look carefully, you can tell you're on an old road grade. There are different choices that we could make in these trail systems. And I think it would be great if we were talking about it.
Yeah, let me raise the issue again when we get to the end about whether we want to consider a workshop. Okay, one more quick question.
Just with respect to the Bear Creek multi-use planning, you mentioned there would be a stakeholder input activity. How should people find out about that?
Oh, you will get the notifications. Just we notify obviously the stakeholders, and there's meetings scheduled for stakeholders, and then also a general public meetings to get feedback. So I think board members will get those notifications on those meetings, and I think you are invited to participate, to listen in, and to hear the committee's feedbacks.
Yeah, I'm thinking more about other people. So when you say stakeholders, that would be people like Friends of Bear Creek Stables and Borders, and who else?
And probably because the issues is related to the conflicts between biking and equestrian. So our biking community will be
so for
key
example,
stakeholders.
Silicon Valley mountain bikers.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
First, I want to thank Susanna Chan for handling about half of the hot topics in the fourth section already. I'm going to move through this really quickly to give the board time for discussion and deliberation, and you can ask any questions of anything that I miss. So here, just the number of projects, 9 new, 23 continuing, and the budget associated. So I think you're well aware that we have it on our game plan to work on the basic policies for the coastal annexation area, really wrapping in the coastal service plan into the basic policy. We've done an overall IT strategic plan. Now we'll really look at, although they already seem like they're good enough already because our GIS program is so fantastic. Jamie was the one that really put together all those maps. So thanks to her for that. But a strategic plan to see how we can even increase the performance with that group, which I'm not sure is possible, but they're doing great things. Legislation to look at increasing the GM signature authority. I think the key thing here would be we would just get legal authority to raise it, and there would be a board decision at to what level you would approve for the GM signature authority. This would go beyond $50,000 as it is currently. And then updating our good neighbor policy. We continue to work on records management. We're really moving into the online records phase. It was actually a little bit helpful to force us to on the paper records, where a lot of that did get into Laserfish and is stored And now we'll be concentrating on all the records that are stored electronically to make sure we're keeping appropriate records and getting rid of ones we don't need. I mentioned earlier, the San Mateo County Master Permit process is feeding off the programmatic permitting. But here we want to get really one of the holdups for a lot of our projects in San Mateo County is to get a master permit for a lot of the work that we do. Actually submitted the permit just a couple of weeks ago, and at least they've said that they want to expedite it for us. So we'll see how fast they get through that. But major milestones to submit it. Also, we have an antiquated system for our permit system, so we want to upgrade that, put it on a new system, a fleet management system, and that will modernize how we manage our fleet. And then, of course, you know, this is the ongoing radio system assessment upgrade, and there's been some snafus, mostly with the procurement and negotiating with providers on the equipment and the package that they want you to buy the big package. It's like you go into the appliance salesman and they want, the extended warranty type thing. So we're negotiating with them. That's why there's been some delay in the purchases of big components of that, but we expect that to move forward in the next fiscal year. And then also, just as general equipment, we're doing a refresh of our server that runs all the computer systems. New AO, we of course, we are finished. You can look around, right? But the interpretive element right out here, the map relief, and then working on the space over on the side here, we're going to section it off so we can rent half of it and have the other half available for district use, because we've already found that we need a little bit more space than we have upstairs. Then we went through the Hawthorne's historic complex. We've gotten to a point with permitting discussions with the county that we can move forward on repairs to the Sierra Azul Ranger residence. That was for a short or several years, our South Area office, before we got the beautiful new Campbell office. And then Quam Residence Road repair. That's just a reminder that we will be going out to bid on that. We have this guideline. If it's under 350, we proceed with the road repairs and some minor improvements of the Quam residence. If it's over that, we will come back to the board to have you decide what you want to do with the Quam residence. And then we are also getting very close on the long-awaited resource management permit for the event center. And this is what will allow us to continue to use it as a kind of satellite office, as well as the permit use for equestrian use and hiking use, and the equestrian events. Right now, they actually have to get a permit from the county and from us. Once we get our use permit, that will cease happening, and then we can move forward with repairs, some demolition, probably some expensive requirements as far as the fire suppression that will come along with that. But that yet to be determined, but at least we've made some progress and hope to get the permit actually issued in the coming fiscal year. If not this one, but that's too optimistic. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we have a standing diversity committee now. It has 3 subgroups, one looking at recruitment, one looking at outreach, and one looking at putting out an RFP for a consultant. And then we'll also be looking at hiring a new position within our HR department. So really ramping up the work that we're doing on diversity, equity, and inclusion. That consultant will be looking at what training to provide to staff, and then also, what structural development that we can do internally for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So really exciting. I've been really impressed at just how many people are really wanting to volunteer from staff to work on committees with us to get this work done. You're very aware of the FOSM update, the fleet transition plan. We did a look at a different option, but we're moving forward with the bid that we had to really look at how do we get to no fossil fuel vehicles electrics, the renewable diesel that we're using. We got our first Ford Lightning that's out on the road and the trail now. Well, it might be getting outfitted with stickers or something, but we got it delivered. And then exciting that we are working on presenting a Mid-Penn Science Summit in the spring of 2024. So that's the quick version. So any questions you have?
Wow, great job, and thanks for summarizing so quickly for us.
Yep.
Yes, Director
Yes.
Riddle.
I was really happy if you could go back to one or two slides about increasing the general manager's authorization limit. I think that's to 200K.
Yeah, that's what's currently being discussed with East Bay Regional Parks as the lead on that.
Great. That was going to be my questions. I think last time we did this, which was what, raise it to 50? Is that
Correct.
And we did it in conjunction with them. So
Yes.
great. I'm glad to see that. And
I
boy,
do have an update there. We won't be able to move forward with East Bay Regional Park District. That effort didn't make it through who we were hoping would lead it for us at the state legislature. And we're now looking at the option of working with instead the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority. So we're still trying to give it life and see where it goes, but now we're partnering with the OSA instead.
great.
Mm.
Okay. Would love to see that move forward. Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm very excited about that, the science summit. That's
Yes.
yeah. So hopefully we'll find some process for the board to be involved and you'll bring it to us. And yes. Okay,
Yep.
great. Okay, very good. And let's see,
What's left?
yes, what's left?
Yeah, so the
There are
program
probably some wrap up
areas, which
comments.
just include the all the projects that you've already reviewed, including the ones that weren't highlighted that are on the list. So
Mhm.
it's really just to get a picture
Summary,
of the
right.
wide scope of what's going, 2 pages of agriculture, diversity projects. Of course, all our access projects help with access for the public and diversity. So they're all included in
Mhm.
here, as well as our focused diversity. So 2 pages of that, and then a whole page of fire prevention projects as well. So that really goes through all of those really quickly, but you've already had a chance. All those projects are included in each of the 4 programs.
Okay, fantastic. Yes, Director Riffle.
Quick question, Brian, or maybe it's Stefan. I remember in the past, we've had a very helpful chart that said, okay, here's all the projects and here's how they're breaking down by our goals and objectives.
So, yeah, so if you look in the attachment 3 by line item, you'll see the goal and objective link to the strategic plan. And there's a primary and a secondary. And it's a little bit of a subjective, connection. So like earlier, Director Holman had a
I think on
suggestion.
each one of these, they have a
Well,
strategic
that's not my
plan.
question.
Oh, sorry.
You mean adding them all up?
My question was, we had a one-page,
Oh,
one chart
summary.
that said,
Some,
here's,
I see.
because the reason I asked that is we spent a lot of time coming up with that.
Yep.
And then obviously we'd hope that after all of this work that we're seeing some kind
Yeah.
of flow.
Yeah, and we did not prepare a table like that for this time. So, but that we'll make a note of that, and we can certainly do it going into the budget process.
Well, maybe I found that helpful, but if the rest of the board doesn't find that helpful, I don't want to put everybody through that.
well, they're listed, but it depends on how much, if it's a huge amount of time for staff, maybe, because otherwise
Well, that's my question.
Yeah. Yeah, we
It
do.
doesn't sound like there's a resounding need from anybody else on the board, so
Okay.
I'll do my own. Thanks.
Okay.
We do tabulate it to at least double check to make sure we hit all the goals and objectives as well. So there is a little bit of a purpose behind that.
Mm.
Right.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, let's see. I guess as we wrap up, and maybe staff will have some comments as well, but so I did hear some requests for Cloverdale field trips, is that right? And I don't know if all the board members will be interested in that, but and then some just follow up on the event center. to come back to the board. And then I did want to come back and ask whether the board would be interested in kind of a more kind of a general, some kind of a board workshop on trails. And I guess that would cover kind of an update on the trail mileage, which we have already so far. And then I guess we promised 200 miles. Is that right? In AA? I forget what it is, but we can
That's how I
kind of talk
understood
about
it.
the outlook for. And
Yeah,
then,
so,
and
and,
then,
I mean, we have a robust trail planning process, so if the
Maybe-
board desired, we could bring that to you.
that would,
The
yeah,
evaluation that we go through, our trail standards,
Right,
you know,
right.
like how we decide to whether to use an existing ranch road or access road.
right,
And
right.
really, generally, it's I mentioned at the beginning of this, that what we inherit, we typically are taking a lot of that out of operation because
Mhm,
it's not sustainable for the long term.
mhm.
We don't generally build new roads at all. I can think of one time where we
Mhm.
moved a road at Russian Ridge to get it out of a less sensitive area. We may do that at Cloverdale,
Okay.
but that's very rare. For usually when we're constructing something new, it's a trail.
Okay, and I did hear some questions about permeable concrete. I mean, that's kind of a little different kind of trail, like pathway, I suppose, but, and
Yeah, permeable concrete is usually used at parking areas in conjunction with your water treatment.
right, but not the trails.
Yeah.
Mhm, yeah. Yeah, so this would be maybe at least begin with just summarizing what the staff already goes through. And maybe maybe a summary of what the guiding policies are already on the books.
Yeah, if that's the board request and there's a majority of the board that wants us to come back
Yeah,
and
I
present.
mean,
Can I ask? Yeah, good.
yes,
I appreciate it.
I don't want to get involved in helping staff figure out how to build trails. I don't think that's our job. It's not a policy level decision for us. As I
well,
see it.
it could be, of course. I mean, we're responsible to the public
I guess
for,
I don't see it. That's why we have experts on staff.
well, that's,
So
you're,
just
you're,
I'm saying
so
for my own,
you're not interested, okay.
I'm always interested in trails. I'm interested in updates, but I feel like we get a lot of updates throughout the year in our board packets. I
Mhm.
feel very well apprised of what our trails are. So I understand there's interest in trails, but what I don't want to see us do personally is get involved in micromanaging how staff builds trails and that kind of stuff. So
Okay, so that's one voice, but yes.
Well, I think there's
I'll
a,
second it. Oh, sorry.
but I think there's a difference between getting involved in how the staff builds trails and at the policy level, what we want the considerations to be in implementing the construction of trails. They're
Yeah,
two
can you
different
speak
things.
into that? Yeah.
So,
Yes, so, yeah, Director McNiven.
Apologies for speaking over you. I agree. The trails get built by staff and we, as the public, just love our trails. So
Mm,
I always appreciate any trail that does what gets me out there to walk. So I
yeah.
don't feel I have to micromanage the
Yeah,
bend or the slope either. So,
okay.
and there's nothing wrong with a really steep trail.
Right. I mean, I feel like, I know there's I know there's the numbering plan that's coming forward and such, but we have been getting, I mean, I'm not talking about micromanaging. I'm just talking about, number one, what is existing staff policies? And there's been some public interest in it. And so it'd be a list of what and then there is some discussion, of course, that we're going to have for Bear Creek on, multi-use versus, wide multi-use roads. I mean, that's kind of a big policy question for the board, actually not for staff. So I think there's just a lot of, and the board is responsible to the public. So of course we depend on the board, on the staff to do it, but we're held accountable. So, I mean, I would really think it's a good idea. I mean, it could be no more than 1 or 2 hour workshop at the beginning. So I mean, I would support it.
And I do too.
Oh,
Well, maybe just to put in some guidelines for trails.
it's just hearing
yeah,
what the existing
yeah,
guidelines are and
just
seeing
to
if there's
clear up
any
the-
change.
Yeah, that would,
Right,
like we have other policies,
Right.
a trail policy.
of course.
That would be good, yeah.
Okay, Director Seer.
Excuse me. I would think a review of what staff already operates in terms of making those choices
Mhm,
would be helpful for all of us, if
mhm.
it can be relatively brief. That keeps it up at a higher level. And just as an example, the notion of numbering junctions as a wayfinding technique, which other surrounding districts have, and we're beginning to move in that direction, for which I am cheering. So
Mhm.
at that
Thank
kind
you
of
for
level,
moving
that's
that
a
forward.
sense of policy level choices as different from detail level choices. So
Absolutely.
you.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's trying to micromanage, but yes. Okay, so
Can I comment?
yes, please.
Great. So a couple comments. First of all, we've seen several public comments that actually are talking from the same script about 200 miles. I think that's an unfair metric to say we're a third of the way through Measure AA, and we haven't created 60 miles of trails. I think the better metric is what staff is using. Is we came up with 25 projects. We are doing our best to march through those. Some of which involve trails, but some of those involve buying land. Some of those involve building parking lots and so on. So thank you very much for that information, but frankly, that's not going to change my vote in today's. I think we've got the right set of priorities here, and let's keep going. And at the end of 30 years, you bet, let's get to that 200 miles. But I'm not going to change. I don't feel anyhow that I'm going to change priorities because I want to
Mhm.
build 60 miles of trails, and so that's how I feel about it.
All right. Yes. We still have to vote on this recommendation, don't we? Yes.
And I would
Well,
just add
yeah,
to that,
yeah.
that is what the staff is reporting on, and in the annual BOC report, we are looking at the actual language that was provided to the voters and ticking off as we accomplish each of those commitments that was in the ballot language.
Right.
And many of those have trails, but there was an estimate of the top 25 projects could potentially provide 200 miles of trail. We are not charting directly on that as a target, but lots of the trails that are components of that are specifically named in the portfolios, and we are driving to deliver those projects.
Mhm.
Right.
Okay. So I think what's before us, oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to finish?
Well, so whether we have a briefing by staff about how we go about building trails, I guess my question for staff is, I'm a little bit concerned. There's an education piece of it, as well as are we fixing a problem piece of it? And I'm certainly all up for the education of it, but I don't feel at this point that we've got a problem. We've got a bunch of other problems that we're trying to resolve. As far as the trail experience, I understand that, but given everything else that we have going on, I'm not sure that is high on my list of everything else that we have to do. So it kind of comes down to what's the best use of staff time to pull something like that together. So I think I heard a couple of the board members say, hey, if this is something that you can do relatively low staff investment from an education point of view, then let's do it. But as far as a policy review at this point, I'm not sure I'm all that up for it, unless something comes out of this quote education session.
Right. And I think we can, and I did hear at least 4 board members that were interested in it, put it together. And I would say the review, we can do it with certainly investment of staff time, probably a little bit greater than a normal board meeting, but on that kind of scale. And then if one of the things that we work under is the board approved trail use policies. If the board decided at that time that you wanted to change that, then we would have to go into a whole public outreach mode and look at our action plan to see what it would have to take precedence over and that sort of thing. So that's where I would say we could do an informational presentation, and then it would be up to the board to decide after that point, whether there was changes to be made that would trigger, a larger staff effort to really look at public engagement and policy change.
Okay, so I think there's kind of two votes ahead of us. One is, and I apologize, actually, we should have voted on this one first before I raised this topic. But one is to review the general manager's recommendation, which is to review and affirm or amend the proposed CIAP. And so that's kind of, looking at this next 3 years worth of work, or really technically it's 1 year because it'll come back to us next year, of course. So at this point, is there anybody who wishes to propose an amendment, or are we ready to vote, make a motion to adopt? Amend the CIAP. Yeah.
I don't oppose an amendment. I propose that we accept the general manager's recommendation.
Okay, a motion, yeah. Second, okay. Any discussion? If not, roll call, please.
And Director Kishimoto, just to let you know, we did not have any public comment.
Yes. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. Director Gleason.
Yes.
Director Christine Tucker.
Yes.
Director Riffle.
Yes.
President Kishimoto.
Yes.
Director Holman.
Yes.
Director McNiven.
Yes.
Director Seer.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. And yes, I really want to commend and thank the entire staff for an outstanding presentation. It's so inspiring to see the pineapple. Yes. Yes.
And President Kishimoto, I just want to kind of confirm 3 things that I heard that are board direction beyond just the adoption of the action plan. One is to set up board tours for Cloverdale. 2 is to come back probably in next fiscal year with a presentation on trail use policies and design and our process for going through process. And then 3, to come back to the board to look at the options for parking in Lower La Honda Event Center or and the other side of the road.
Yes. Well, for the trails, so on the trails one, it would be the process and then existing policies, which guide you, right?
Which
Yes,
guide our
yes,
process.
Right. Okay, was there anything major that as a follow-up, I think, and I think that's mostly it. So,
yeah.
All right. So 6 minutes over, which is not too bad. Yes. Yes, he did. Okay. So again, with my thanks to my fellow board members and our staff. Thank you very much for excellent. Meeting adjourned.
And Brian, I think any of us would go on any tours with it ever there was a possibility.
Okay.
Even in 8 inches of water.